6:30 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by Councilmember Chan.
Please rise, face the flag, put your right hand over your heart, and recite the words of the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Chan,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Thank you. Well, tonight, Public Works Director and City Engineer Greg DeVink will be joining us on the dais on behalf of the City Manager, who's out tonight. We'll have some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. When speaking, please state your name for the record. If you wish to receive City Council agendas, please sign up on the city's website.
Thank you. Next will be approval of the agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? Seeing none, it's so approved. Next item, please.
Presentations. Introduction of Police Officer Tushar Giuliani. Police Chief Elizalde will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight we have the honor of presenting to you and to our community one of our newer officers, Tushar Giuliani, and he's standing right here. A little about Tushar. He started his career actually with the San Gabriel Police Department as an explorer in 2009 and did that till 2014. And then wanting to leave our great city, I'm not sure why, but he went to Pasadena City College and became a police officer over there and did that from 2018 to earlier this year, and then came back to our great city to serve the community where he grew up. And so this is Tushar. He has 2 associate degrees, one from Pasadena City College, the other from East Los Angeles College, and is also in the process of obtaining his bachelor's degree in business administration. Some of his hobbies, he likes to travel with his wife, explore new areas, try new food, and wants to be the next Eddie Van Halen and shred on the guitar, but one day at a time, right? Okay. His goals, to get back to the community where he grew up, to be a police officer for this great city, and wants to use his experience in education and skills to help everybody in the community. So Tushar, if we can have you come in here, and Ms. Clark will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand and you'll repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Tushar Giuliani,
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I enter into this obligation freely
that I enter into this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tushar, who would you like to have pin your badge?
Good evening, everyone. Apologize for my voice. I am feeling a little bit under the weather. I want to start off by saying I am grateful for this opportunity, and I am very thankful to be standing here in front of you in the city of San Gabriel. Me standing here is the culmination of hard work, not only by myself, but my friends and family who are sitting behind me. I started off my career here in the city of San Gabriel as a police explorer. The men and women of San Gabriel Police Department molded me into who I am today, taught me who I was, taught me how to become a dedicated, disciplined young man when I was 14 years of age with no guidance. They were my guidance in some of the darkest times growing up. And now that I'm standing here in the same city that I grew up in, the same city where I was an explorer, volunteered my time in, and now I get to contribute and go out in the community and keep it safe. It's an honor, it's humbling, and I truly appreciate everything that the city has done for me. My goal is simple. I will learn as much as I can how to be a great police officer and to defend the community and defend my partners and make sure everyone is safe and sound. And at the end of the day, use my experience growing up in the city to connect with the community, give back, and just enjoy working here for the city of San Gabriel. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, Tushar, and thank you. We hope you have a long and successful career with our department, and we really wish you the best of luck. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Actually, yeah, we're gonna get a picture with the council if you want to come back up.
Yeah, she's gonna go up.
This way, like everyone's
It is. She didn't get a picture with me.
slide a little bit this way, please. There you go.
Everybody look at Clara first.
Me. One, two, thank you.
Over here? Over here.
Thank you. Next item, please.
San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District update. Clerk of the Board, Jerry Morellis, will make the presentation.
And just click this one? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to provide an update this evening. My name is Jerry Morales, and I serve as the Clerk of the Board for San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. And tonight, I want to talk about mosquitoes, the world's deadliest creature. That's right, it's not an exaggeration. Mosquitoes cause over 1 million human deaths every year through the transmission of mosquito-borne disease. Diseases like malaria, West Nile virus, dengue, and Zika. Here in Southern California, the threat of mosquito-borne disease is not as high in some places in the world, but we do have mosquitoes here that can spread disease. And it only takes the bite of one infected mosquito to spark a local outbreak. There are a lot of different types of mosquitoes in California, and different mosquitoes spread different diseases. Let's talk specifically about the mosquitoes here in San Gabriel that create a risk of disease. On the left, we have the Culex mosquitoes. These are the most common mosquito-borne disease in California, and it's endemic in the state, which means it's always present in the environment. It never goes away. West Nile virus presents flu-like symptoms in about 1 to 5 people infected, and about less than 1% of those infected will experience severe neurological symptoms, resulting in hospitalization and sometimes, unfortunately, death. We will talk more about West Nile virus in just a minute. On the right side, as you can see, we have the Aedes mosquitoes. These mosquitoes are invasive of California and first arrived in 2011. They are extremely aggressive biters, and they are active throughout the day. Aedes are now responsible for most of our biting nuisance. If you notice an increase in mosquito bites over the last few years, it's because of these guys. They are also capable of spreading diseases that historically California had not to worry about. Tropical diseases like dengue fever, Zika, and chikungunya. The good news is that at this time, there is no local transmission of any Aedes-borne disease, meaning that our local population is not infected. But local transmission will occur when an affected traveler picks up a virus somewhere else and brings it here, exposing our local mosquitoes. The district routinely tests Aedes mosquitoes for these diseases and works closely with state and county health departments who there share information about infected travelers. This will help us quickly identify local transmission and work to prevent widespread infection. So let's talk a little bit more about West Nile virus. As I mentioned, it is the most prominent mosquito-borne disease that we face, and by the end of each summer, we generally detect it through our entire region. Here is some data for context. In 2022, California reported that over 3,000 mosquito samples tested positive for the virus. In our district alone, we found over 165 positive mosquito samples throughout the region, and this year to date, we have reported over 190 samples. In 2022, there were 221 human cases reported statewide, resulting in 15 fatalities. West Nile virus has been detected in mosquitoes here in the city of San Gabriel. This means that the virus is actively circulating in the environment between birds and mosquitoes. The risk for human infection is elevated, and so residents should be mindful of that when spending time outdoors. They should take precautions to prevent mosquito bites. One of the most important things to remember is that mosquitoes indeed grows in water. In fact, if there's one thing I want you to take away from this presentation, it's this. Mosquitoes need standing water to lay their eggs and grow. If we eliminate the source of standing water they need to survive, we significantly reduce the population. Is there an echo? Or no? Okay, sorry. A bottle cap is enough water to attract and grow mosquitoes, as you can see on the slide there. Getting rid of standing water is a shared responsibility, and the district counts on residents, business owners, and community leaders to all do their part. For our part, the district uses an integrated vector management system to ultimately reduce mosquito populations and prevent disease. An integrated vector management is a data-driven, multi-pronged approach that includes surveillance, public education, and control strategies. Our surveillance department is made up of scientists and field entomologists that collect mosquitoes from over 80 trap sites throughout the district. They measure an abundance and test samples for the presence of disease. They also analyze critical data that they can provide to our other departments to ensure the most effective use of our resources. And our communications department is made up of credentialed educators, content creators, and outreach specialists who participate in community fairs and events, which they provide essential information to our residents and conduct curriculum-based classroom programs for students. Our operation team works in the field to find and eliminate standing water, consult residents about mosquito exclusion and bite prevention, and they perform chemical and biological control treatments. We also have some innovative technologies on the horizon, specifically in the field of sterile insect techniques, or SIT. These methods use sterile male mosquitoes to crash the local population. SITs have been used in the United States and around the world since the 1950s to control insect pests. It has been used in Southern California since the 1990s to control Mediterranean fruit fly, or what some would say, medflies. There are 3 different methods to produce sterile male mosquitoes in the lab: irradiation, a bacteria infection called Wolbachia, and gene editing. All 3 methods are currently being developed and tested throughout the United States and around the world. As the technology becomes more accessible, we will be considering these tools for our toolbox. In the meantime, mosquito repellent remains the most effective way to prevent mosquito bites and protect yourself from mosquito-borne disease. We encourage residents to repel mosquito bites safely and effectively using a repellent with one of our 4 CDC recommended or EPA registered active ingredients: oil of lemon eucalyptus, DEET, picaridin, and IR 3535. You can find these active ingredients on the front of the bottle. In conclusion, we remind everyone to tip, toss, and protect. Tip stagnant water from containers weekly, toss unwanted and unused containers, and protect yourself from mosquito bites by using EPA-approved insect repellent and protective clothing. If residents would like to get more involved in their neighborhoods, engaging their neighbors, we have a neighborhood watch program called Bite Back Champion, and you can find more information at bitebackchampion.org. And for more general information and resources, please visit our website at suvmosquito.org. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Jerry. Any council members have questions? Councilor Menchaca.
Thank you, Jerry. First, I want the public to know I am the representative from San Gabriel. We have 1 representative per city for the San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. That's where you are from. And so thank you for that presentation. I do have a couple questions that I know the answers, but I think it's important for the public to listen to, because I've actually had phone calls because my picture is on the Vector Control website, so people figure it out that I'm the connection there. But the first question is, how does the agency address unmaintained pools? Because that's a common complaint, that our neighbors are not taking care of the pools, and it's creating this, infestation of mosquitoes. So how does the agency address that?
Yes, so the agency has an annual aerial flyover, which is a plane, and in the beginning of April to May, it happens once a year, and it identifies unmaintained swimming pools. From there, we will receive the data of all the unmaintained swimming pools, and on average per year, it's about 1,800 to over 2,400 unmaintained swimming pools in our district. And from there, once we receive the data, this is where we will create our notices. So we will have typically 3 notices, and the first 2 notices, the residents will have 14 days to comply, and on the last and the 3rd notice, they will have 7 days to comply. And from there, they could communicate that they are in compliance with their pool, and their pool is functional, and they could communicate via text, via email, or they could go ahead and set up an appointment.
Thank you. And the Bite Back Champion program, that is also a tip hotline, is that correct? So if people do have complaints about businesses or residential, that's where they would go to submit the tip, or is there another site?
Yes, they would go there, and so there's 2. So the Bite Back Champion program is a program where people will go ahead and submit a tip for the residents around the neighborhood, and this is where we'll go ahead and pass out door hangers to our residents, informing them of a high mosquito population, and this is where they'll provide educational purposes of tip, toss, and protect, where the neighborhood can get together, and they'll provide email updates as we go along. And they can also submit a tip at suvmosquito.org. That's where if they go ahead and identify an unmaintained swimming pool, or they see somebody or figure out a park with a bunch of stagnant water, they could go ahead and submit a tip and leave the address, and we'll go ahead and send staff out there to address that issue.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, just recently, on my side of town, the northwest area, there was a severe problem with mosquitoes where actually some of the residents were ending up with some serious symptoms. So they had called me on that too, and so what they did is they went on the website and set up a property consultation at no charge to the resident. Could you share with the public what that means and how that would alleviate the problems? In that particular case, it actually ended up being a burr bath that was just filled with thousands of mosquitoes, and so there was a happy ending there. But if you can talk about that property consultation.
Yeah, so they could go online at sgvmosquito.org and set up an appointment with one-on-one with our staff. And this is where staff will go ahead and walk with the property owner in their backyard and create a long-term protection plan. And basically, and then they'll provide educational tips and provide them with education to prevent stagnant water. And like we always stress and advise all of our residents is to always use repellent.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Chen?
Hello, Mr. Morales. Thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Just my own curiosity, the third from last slide, the one that goes over vector control work in your city. Yeah, the leftmost photo that looks like big, long black balloons. What is that?
So I would have to reach out to our communications department, and I could follow up with you with that answer. To be honest, I am new of the jurisdiction, but from my point of view, it looks like a mosquito,
Oh, it's
like a
just
blow-up doll.
Big
Yeah.
mosquito?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a lot of legs.
Typically, we do have a mascot, sometimes called ADEs, that goes around. However, I haven't seen that actually, but I could definitely follow up with you and let you know if you're
Just
if you're
curious.
still interested. Yeah.
Look cute. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any further questions? All right, well, thank you, Jerry. Appreciate the presentation. Very informative, so thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the city council on items of interest that are not on the agenda, but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. If you wish to address the council, please fill out a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. Our first comment this evening comes from George Valdez, resident, and reads as follows. Dear City Council, I have some observations after reading the unsigned defense response to the council pause on the gold membership approval. I don't recall the membership ever being attacked as was claimed. The chamber was never suggested to close as was claimed. Faith, hope, and love carries you only so far. Perhaps some truth and openness would convince the people that the chamber deserves support. One can start with a correct business address for the chamber that continues to use the Santa Anita Street location on their webpage after abandoning the location months ago. There's been no statement accounting for the huge SBA loan they took out years ago. Where is the explanation for the cause for 3 executive board members to resign? Does it have to do with the inexplicable refusal to perform a required financial audit? Without proper answers to these questions and many others, there appears a perception that this membership is nothing but a desperate money grab. Our city has other pressing needs that should be considered. Our first speaker this evening is Andrew.
Good evening, Council. I'll be speaking to the bond measure for the proposed public safety headquarters. The staff report states that the cost would be $50 million plus design cost and inflation, but is requesting $60 million, which is $10 million more than the estimate. I spoke at the last meeting to the over $6 million a year we receive from the TOT and the Measure SG tax that were proposed to be used for public safety. And I just asked, does that not include the public safety headquarters? In the new Discover SG issue, it states we are going to spend $1.7 million through the month of June 2024 on paving and repairing roads. In comparison, the last 2 weeks' payroll, we are spending $1.163 million in payroll, and that doesn't include benefits for current and retired employees. This city can't manage our Measure A funds. You sell them off at a discount, and those are our tax dollars. The state auditor designated San Gabriel as a high risk financially. We were ranked 8th from the bottom of 471 cities in this state. That was 2 years ago. Now we rank third from the bottom. The auditor report quotes, "The city council failed to fulfill its fiduciary responsibility over the city and in overseeing the city's financial health." And the second quote was, "San Gabriel does not monitor contracts, costs, or ensures that it receives the best value for its procurement." That one really caught my eye because a few of the members up here are actually receiving money for their campaign donations from some of the monopolies that we have in this city for our utilities. And that kind of bothered me in a bit. It just doesn't make sense that we're gonna propose a $60 million bond measure at the time where interest rates are as high as they've been in over 20 years. And John Harrington, I would like to ask, when you adjourn the meeting this evening, if you could do so in honor of Senator Feinstein. She was a great advocate for this state, the nation, and my heart goes out to her family, and may she forever rest in peace.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chastity Jennings Nunez.
Good evening. I have props today, so right here. So the Human Equity, Access, and Relations, or HERE Commission, is San Gabriel's first and only advisory body with the specific purpose of helping our city government to be more inclusive, respectful, and hopefully responsive to the needs and priorities of our community. Mental health and supporting mental wellness has been repeatedly identified as a priority for our community. We know that the COVID pandemic uncovered an existing scarcity of services to address mental illness. We also know that depression, anxiety, and substance abuse are affecting every demographic category at crisis levels and leading to increasing rates of death by suicide. The mental health crisis in America can only be addressed effectively by bringing awareness to the extent of the problem and removing the stigma of seeking evaluation and treatment. On Sunday, the HERE Commission sponsored its second Mental Wellness Expo in the Mission Playhouse Plaza. The free event garnered the support of over 15 local organizations who provided information on services and resources. We provided activities to promote health like chair yoga, Tai Chi, and a sound bath, and offered workshops on depression and resilience, coping with childhood behaviors, and suicide prevention. These workshops were all presented in English with simultaneous translation into Spanish and Mandarin, thanks to an incredibly generous grant from the City of Hope's Healthy Living Grant Program. That's the $5,000 check here. In addition to City of Hope, I want to acknowledge what a sincere and tangible endorsement it was to have Congresswoman Judy Chu attend our event and present our commission with this certificate of congressional recognition. I also want to say how grateful the commission and the residents of San Gabriel are that City Council Member Ding and Vice Mayor Wu showed their support for our event and for prioritizing the mental health of our residents by attending as well. In addition, I want to recognize Councilmember Menchaca for her support by promoting the event through her numerous platforms and sending her positive thoughts our way on Sunday as well. Finally, I want to acknowledge the work of each of the 7 commissioners and 2 youth ambassadors on the HERE Commission who put in countless volunteer hours and worked with our exceptional city staff, Rebecca, Matthew, Adrian, and Mark Lazaretto, to make this event a success. As I have said in previous public comments, our residents are speaking out. Our expectation is not only that you say that you are listening, but that your actions show that you are hearing our concerns and addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonia.
Good evening, City Council and staff, City Manager. I would like to follow up on the San Gabriel Valley Chamber issue. On September 20th, the Chamber released a public statement addressed to the Chamber members and community at large. The letter failed to mention anything about why they are 78,000 in the red, plus another 185,000 in SBA loans, which are the concerns of the public and the past board members, or why they won't do an audit. All it did was defend Sandy Roscoe, calling her the gold standard, and insinuating that asking questions about the chamber's finances is an attack. And then we have the mayor backing that up with saying that the chamber minutes may be illegal. My feeling is that all of this is just a distraction from the real issue, that being that the chamber wants taxpayer money with no oversight after their board sounded an alarm. Furthermore, the chamber's response letter was posted on their Instagram page, and I made a comment stating my opinion, and it was quickly censored by me being blocked from the chamber's page and my comment removed. I think it is despicable that a nonprofit is practicing censorship. This should cause you all to question why they don't want the public asking questions. Luckily, I took a screenshot of my comment before it was deleted, and I would like to present it to City Council to make it part of the public record. This has turned into, this chamber story has turned into the tale of two chamber boards. The one that had most of its members resign, and the new one that wants you all to forget that what the past members have brought to light. I did manage to get a hold of one of those resignation letters, and what I found was a member saying that he has spent a lifetime building a reputation based on trust and having utmost ethical standards in life and business. He stated that it is his obligation to keep his reputation intact so that not to risk his livelihood and financial license that could be taken away by having his name associated with anything unethical. This is coming from a professional person in your community, and you want to call that an attack? This business saying that they gave money to the chamber for events that, the business is saying that they gave money to the chamber for events that didn't happen and did not receive a refund should also concern you. To me, that sounds like fraud. I want you all to know that your constituents are not dumb. Gaslighting is not going to fly, and it is insulting to even attempt. The current members of San Gabriel Chamber and some members of council have tried, but the facts just don't agree. Do the right thing, ask for an audit, and help the chamber that seems to be trying to dig out of a hole. Do it for the businesses of your city. Small businesses need all the help they can get, and you ignoring red flags is not helping them. And I have copies of,
Thank you.
for the record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neil Torrance.
Hi, this is, I was not here for the hearing on the tract, the tentative tract map at 1975, 1985 South Del Mar. And first of all, I have to ask, do any of you live in that area? It's a fair question. You live down there? Okay. I've got the signature of many people I could find that spoke English there. Most people speak Chinese, so it's very hard to communicate with people down there. But I've got a petition that says that we do not need 94 condominiums crammed into that space. It's a very small space. And I have the petition here if you want to read it. As we wrote it, we believe that it should be either left undeveloped or become a green zone. Because I don't know if any of you drive through Del Mar to Valley Boulevard. You probably don't, because I don't. I avoid it like the plague. And you know, they're gonna open up those two monstrosities on the northeast and northwest corners of Valley there. And I'm sure it's all residents above there. So that's gonna add to that traffic that's going on there along all the way down Del Mar. And I think about how the ranch market, I'm sure you're familiar with the ranch market. Most of that is is unoccupied. I would hate to wonder what it'd be like, the traffic would be like if all those places were occupied. So I don't know if they did any kind of a impact statement or anything on that, but 94 condominiums there would be absurd. It would be an insult to the people, and I don't think that I'm sure probably California's probably, the state has probably told you guys you have to build so many houses, but as you realize, there's probably, I think it was 1 million people fled California last year. People are fleeing the state now. It used to be a great state. So I think it would be in the best interest of the city to make a nice, beautiful green zone there for people to come in. You could see the beginning of San Gabriel, nice sign there, welcome to San Gabriel or something on the side, with a nice walking park, lots of trees, flowers, plants, and maybe a dog park, public bathroom, fence it off so it doesn't become like Lugo Park. It's going to become a place for the homeless. And that's about all I've got to say on it. So I would hope, is there a determination been made on that yet?
We're actually, the staff can answer that. The city council can't interact for public comment because it's not on the agenda, so that would be to staff. So I don't know if
Well, who would make that determination?
that would be Aldo, our community development director. You can come talk to him after a public comment. He's in the audience. You can talk to him.
I was just wondering who makes that determination on whether that will become.
That's the commission.
Yeah.
Well, the commissions make those decisions.
Okay.
And then the council only would be involved if there's an appeal.
And who's all on the commission?
All of that is on the website, so we can't really go into a back and forth in public comment. We can receive your comment and you can discuss that with staff. Or you can also make an appointment and come down and talk to staff about that. They'll
Okay,
have
so-
all the answers for you.
So who would I turn this petition into?
That can be to the clerk.
Yeah, I won't be here again, but. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Mayor, I have no more speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that'd like to address council at this time? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the city council or public requests separate discussion. We have not received a request from the public to pull an item.
Any requests from council? All right. So we have none, so we'll vote on, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the full consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Menchaca, second by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
We have no public hearing or continued business tonight. Our next item is new business item A, Fund Balance Reserve Policy Amendment and establishing reserve balances for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Finance Director Kahola Kula will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Will Kahola, Finance Director for the City of San Gabriel. As we continually assess and contemplate our financial future, it is my pleasure to present iterative amendments to the city's fund balance reserve policy. Just a little policy background. In 2019, we established the policy. We established a 17% general fund contingency reserve goal, and the plan was to build it over a 9-year period. To the benefit of the city, as of June 30th, 2022, the city met the reserve goal with contingency reserves of 21.8%, which is six years before the timeline established in 2019. August 2022, we amended the policy to add reserves for capital replacement, vehicle replacement, OPEB or other post-employment benefits and pension funding. And then tonight, we're making additional iterative amendments to the policy to refine the general fund contingency reserves, capital replacement reserves, and OPEB funding. So tonight we're proposing to amend the general fund contingency reserves. So the current policy states that we should establish a 17% reserve level. 17% is the minimum recommended by Government Finance Officers Association. So the amendments that we're proposing is to establish a minimum reserve of 17%, 17% reserve level in the general fund for contingencies, and then establishing an ideal or goal reserve of 25%. And then we also, once the goal is achieved, then we can begin funding reserves for other long-term financial goals like the capital replacement or OPEB funding. And then we also added a procedure in case we ever fall below 17%, that it would require the city manager to come up with a plan to replenish those reserves within a 5-year period. And then in regards to capital replacement and OPEB reserves, we've proposed a couple iterative amendments to the policy of accumulating funds for capital replacement and OPEB. So the option that we're adding to the policy is to commit the reserves in the general fund. So this is instead of transferring money to another fund to build those reserves. So we commit them in the general fund. Instead of transferring to a separate fund, it keeps the money in the general fund. The larger fund balance in the general fund that we can maintain presents a fiscally healthier general fund. Commitments of fund balance can only be done with the approval of City Council. The funds that are committed in the general fund can be only used for those committed purposes. Obviously, a budget appropriation will need to be established to spend the money, and then the council are the only ones who can release the funds from the commitment. So looking at our estimated general fund reserves for fiscal year 22-23, based on the financial update that we provided to the council in September, we are estimating unrestricted fund balance in the general fund of $15,381,000. So if we apply our fund balance reserve policy based on the amendments that have been proposed, so we would do a 25% unassigned contingency reserves. That would be $12,969,000. And then we would commit a portion of our fund balance to capital replacement. So based on the capital replacement schedule that we try to update every year, we've come up with $1.3 million, and this is based on 50%, based on the capital replacement schedule. This is 50% of what we're projecting for 25-26. And then the remainder of the funds will commit to OPEB funding, which would be $1,089,925. Total general fund unrestricted fund balance, the $15,381,000. So in summary, the small changes proposed to the city's fund balance reserve policy. However, even though the changes are small, it shows that we are constantly thinking about and discussing our long-term financial future. That concludes my presentation. Could take any questions you have.
Thank you, Will. Do we have any questions from council? Going once?
Mayor?
Oh, it's Mayor Wu.
Thank you very much, Will, for the presentation, and very delighted to hear that we actually doing pretty well financially. But I do have a question. Since if we are amending the fund balance reserved, and the interest rate is going so high, are we able to move that money to this, like a deposit for like 6 months, 1 year, or even longer, and to get a better interest and generate more funds for our city?
Yeah, absolutely. So our cash balances remain our cash balances. So there is, without all the reconciliations, there is approximately like $15 million in the general fund to invest. So we are actively investing that money. We're in U.S. government agency securities, U.S. treasuries, as well as our local agency investment pool that's through the state of California. And so we are taking advantage of the higher interest rates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Ding?
So this purpose, it's like to clarify, it's unsigned contingent reserve, and it's some like a reserve fund. For example, it's capital replacement and OPEB fund. So this reserve is dedicated for the capital replacement.
Exactly.
If
you know.
anything we need it. Right?
Yeah.
The most of the for what's the example? Can you have the example? What's the purpose for the capital replacement?
Yeah, so the way I like to think about it is, we all have our capital. If you own a home, someday you're going to need to replace your roof, and that could be a large expenditure. So those are the type of things that we've been contemplating, things that we'll need to replace in 10, 15 years. And so ideally, we would set a little bit of money aside every single year. So when it comes up, we have this money set aside to replace the capital. We in the fire department, we replaced some breathing apparatuses that are pretty expensive, that need to be replaced about 10 to 15 years. So it's items like that we're trying to commit some funds and set them aside, knowing that we'll have these large expenditures coming up in the near future. And then we contemplate it every year. The staff contemplates what we have on the list and what may be coming up in the future, and we'll update the list, and then we'll kind of project how much it's going to be when it's time to pay, and then we can kind of determine, okay, this is how much money we need to put away every single year if we were to fully fund it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think it's a good idea. And the OPEB fund, it's talking about the retirement, employee retirement fund, right?
This is the retiree healthcare. This is healthcare for retirees. The other post
Healthcare. I think the CJPIA, right? Through that. Is it correct?
No, not through CJPIA.
Oh, that's the CalPERS.
Yeah, this is CalPERS. Yeah.
CalPERS. They every year, I remember they have the different, like the amount we need to put in. So this reserve is just in case they increase, we can use that fund.
The one I think you're thinking of is for our pension, and this one is for our OPEB.
OPEB.
So there's the two retirement benefits, the OPEB and then the pension. This one is for the OPEB.
So every year will be different, or it's same every year?
Every year will be different.
Difference?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Will. Do we have any public comment? All right, no public comment. Any discussion from council? Menchaca.
Yeah, just a couple questions. So I'm glad we clarify what OPEB is, because I can never remember the initials, and it gets complicated. You got the retirees, and you have the, what does OPEB stand for again? I mean, I know what it is, but I just don't remember the acronyms.
Yeah, it's Other Post-Employment Benefits.
Okay.
So
Great.
it's a long
Yeah,
way.
I think it's important to clarify. This is something the council's been talking about for a long time, setting monies aside. And so we are in a very good place financially to have such a strong reserve. So I'm happy to see this item in particular. I did want to just clarify, so if we do proceed in this fashion, there will be a separate line item for both the capital improvements and the OPEB, so we can keep track of how much we're transferring in and the activity. Is that correct, or is it just going to get buried with other capital, an account of some sort? Because I always like to have it itemized so we can track it.
Yeah, it'll be, so this action tonight will formalize it for our financial statements. So the council's taking formal action to commit these funds to capital replacement in OPEB. So it will be memorialized in our audited financial statements.
Okay. So it'll be separate, so if we see it, if there's any unusual increase, we'll know right away because it's going to be separated. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So our reserve, I can see you said 25% there. Where is it at again? Is it at 29%, or where's our reserve right now?
So our total amount, so if we would take our total unrestricted fund balance and say we're going to use these all for contingency reserves, it would be about 29%.
Okay, so right now we're at 29, and then we have the 25%, which is the ideal, and then we go from there. Well, 29 is extremely, extremely healthy, so we're in a very strong financial status right now, so I'm glad to hear that. Why was 25%, I understand the 17%, but it says here it's an ideal. Ideal according to who? You know, why was 25% selected?
Yeah, so it's, 17% is the minimum that, the Government Finance Officers Association kind of puts out there. So that's a starting point. That's what we started with. So, you look at kind of your financial situation, mainly like how stable are your revenues, and I think San Gabriel for us, we're more of a stable city as far as our revenue is concerned. We're heavily property tax versus the city I used to work for was heavily casino. So it was much more volatile. So I think iteratively just making an adjustment, I think 25% is better than 17, and it feels like we would be in a good situation in case any of the potential catastrophes, could happen.
Okay. Well, I always I would prefer to transfer more to OPEB and the capital improvement, because those are two areas. Capital improvements, well, I'm sure Greg would agree on, but OPEB, because this is a conversation we keep having. So I'm comfortable with the 25, but maybe we can reevaluate and see if we can even move more, because I'm hoping that we continue to have this economic boom and we can continue to really address the retirees, as well as the pension, but the retirees for now and the capital improvements. So those are my only questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or discussion?
May I?
Yeah, Councilman Chan.
First of all, Will, kudos to you and your staff. It's great to see that we're in a pretty healthy position right now, so appreciate that. And just for my understanding, what you were saying about the 25% being our minimum, and then the rest of it, the differential between 25 and 30% will go about half to capital replacement, and then the other half is the OPEB. Now, what you were saying is that for financial statement purposes, there'll be separate line items, but is my understanding correct that it won't actually be a different bank account? It'll still be in general fund, and so we'll have access to the money in case there's an emergency or?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so it's still a part of the general fund, but it'll just be separate line items and sort of separately accounted for.
In our financial statements, yeah, we will have separate line items for unassigned contingency reserves, and then they will have a committed fund balance. And then the notes will show that committed to capital replacement and then committed to OPEB.
Okay, great. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mayor Webb.
Thank you, Mayor. I just checked our report that previously showing the OPEB liability that we actually on 2022 that we have decreased like 6.5 million something. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the last actuarial, the 22, it had a big decrease.
So I think my colleague, Councilmember Machanga, just mentioned about that. If we can move the money to OPEC and pay off some of the liability, would that worse to do it, or actually we should really keep the money in our piggy bank and make it bigger? Because sometimes if we are paying the debt, pay off the debt, that will be even better than just keep the money in the hand. So what's your comments about this?
Yeah, we have quite a few options. One thing that the City Council did for 23-24 was to approve $250,000 to send to our OPEB trust. So we have a separate trust where we can deposit money. Any money that goes into the trust can only be used for OPEB. It's on a different type of investment schedule, so it earns a little bit of a higher interest. So potentially we could take this $1 million and send it to the trust, but then we lose a little bit of flexibility and it comes out of our general fund. So those are some options. Where our OPEB liability is pretty large. We're not going to fix it in 1 year. So I think being, conservative and kind of slow and steady is probably the best approach. So we'll do 250,000 for 23-24, and then 24-25, we'll take a look at our financial situation and say, okay, do we want to, maybe we can commit more to the trust. Maybe we can take some of this 1 million that we'll leave in the general fund and send it over to the trust. But keeping the money in the general fund makes this look better if we ever went out for like a bond rating, because then we would have more unrestricted fund balance in our general fund. Where if we send it to the trust, then it's not going to be looked at as the same.
So every time when we talk about the budget, we try to calculate try to justify the right number. So we usually would say, oh, there's a 17%. We better watch out the number. We don't want to go lower than that. So now if we amend this policy, that means every time when there's like something when we have more expenditure, then that will leave the general funds or the reserve under 25. Then you will just raise the red flags and say, oh, be cautious that we are running low the cushion. So that is how that works, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have discussions about our contingency reserves multiple times a year. So it's something that's talked about quite a bit, and it's something we monitor on a regular basis.
So for the 25% that you have already, you have made calculations that down the road we have certain expenditure, we have those expenses to, will be paying out. But this is pretty safe percentage for us at this time, that to keep the 25%. And it won't be like very easily to drag us down under the 25.
Yeah, I think that's the feel at this point, that 25% ensures that we would continue to provide services to our community. In case we had an economic downturn, we would be able to stabilize by maybe using our reserves, so we wouldn't have to reduce any of the services that we provide. And so it's something that we can continue to contemplate, and the policy is kind of living. If we feel like we need to go a little bit further, or 25% may be a little bit too much, maybe we can drop it a little bit. But 25% feels like a pretty solid number.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Chaka.
Just a quick follow-up on his question. So is it a red flag if we go to 24%? I thought a red flag would be more like 16%, because we really have a pretty wide range from 17 to 25. As long as we're in that area, there shouldn't be a red flag. Or
That's correct. So we set
maybe a yellow flag, maybe, but
yeah.
not a red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we set the minimum of 17%. So as long as we're above 17%, we're within our policy. And then we set like an ideal or a goal of 25%. So if there is a situation where we need to drop below 25%, we're still within our policy. And then if we get below 17%, that's when we have a procedure to have the city manager to come up with the plan to get us back above 17%.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. We'll have a question for the OPEB now that we've opened that box. What's the main driver of the increase of OPEB? Is it retirees or retirements? What's the main driver, or is it just interest?
Yeah. So, for OPEB, you have two drivers. You have one, the increase in the health costs. So that's projected out over the next however long someone's going to be receiving retiree health care. And then secondly, you have new people retiring and becoming eligible. And before, you had new hires who would also become eligible. But the one very prudent thing that the city council did is they made the decision to say we're no longer going to provide retiree health care for new hires. Everybody who's currently hired and all the current retirees, that benefit is in place, but everybody who comes on new, after somebody retires, anybody who comes on new is not being added to the liability.
Yeah, because I think that's a significant change that the public may or may not be aware of, because it's not going to take effect for a while, but it will affect OPEB, as you said, their projections. And if new hires aren't added to that pool, then eventually over time, we will have no more employees that we're providing those benefits to. It's going to be, just like any other, like if you worked any other job, like Social Security or Medicare, Medi-Cal.
Exactly, yeah, it would just be Medicare.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I think that's significant because we've never been able to keep up with the insurance industry raising rates. I mean, it's just not something that I don't think anybody can, especially when we have that many employees.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I really do appreciate the input. I think it's prudent, and I really think that's a great direction for us to move into. Other than that, do we have?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation by staff.
Any seconds? Oh, you still have a question? You gotta be faster, Tony.
Yeah, but because you asking the question, but for my understanding, for the new hire, cities still pay them benefit for the Medicare payment. Is that correct?
Yeah, for new hires,
But we don't have the previous higher amount to pay for that. But for my understanding, we at least, for example, right now Medicare, it's monthly like 160 something for the Medicare. So cities still pay for it, right, when they retire.
Yeah, we're all still we're all still paying Medicare tax on current employees.
Even the new contract, right?
Yeah.
But compared with the previous, it's reduced. So, but we still need to think about it. If we have a new employee, and plus the Medicare every year will be increased too, right? For my understanding.
For us,
Medicare, because the MCS, they make a decision every year, they want to increase or reduce, yeah.
that would be on the person who becomes Medicare eligible. For us, we're paying the employer portion of the Medicare tax, and then the employee is paying the employee portion of the Medicare tax. So just for current employees, we're just paying the tax and sending that to Medicare.
Just for the tax, but if they retire, we're still going to pay them the Medicare after 65.
The city is not on the hook.
Right now,
No.
So totally don't have any burden?
No, that's entirely federal program.
Okay, what's the effective date for the new hire?
That went into place, maybe our HR director remembers that date. It's been about a year and a half now. January 1st, 2022.
Yep.
Okay, January, okay. So, but that's good news. It's for my understanding, totally maybe later on, it's no more retire the health benefit.
It will significantly reduce our OPEB.
But the last time, my understanding is we still pay them the Medicare costs. That's, I want to clarify.
Maybe you're thinking of a minimum amount of that we need to pay the people who retire, which is significantly less than the healthcare cost. And I think
Yeah, I understand, but I think Ed, or maybe you can help too.
He's talking about when you go on Medicare, you have to pay part of that Medicare. Like it's $158.50
Yes.
right now. That's what he's talking about when you go on the Medicare plan.
So the cost to go on the Medicare plan, when you decide to go on Medicare, that will have no impact on the city. That would be entirely on the individual.
On the individual.
On the individual.
Same to the whatever you are working for a private company or your self-employee. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
So, as Will said, it is, the Medicare portion is on the annuitant. However, there is a primary care portion that the city still pays for after 65. And there are different plans within the CalPERS that the retiree medical will pay for. However, as we've stated earlier, as of January 1st, 2022, that no longer applies to new employees. New employees will default to the PEMCA minimum in their retirement.
What's the minimum meaning? So that's I wanted to know. But minimum is pay the Medicare the monthly fee, or we don't need to pay for that?
The employee pays their own Medicare.
They pay their own Medicare.
The annuitant pays their own Medicare, that is correct.
Okay, good.
And
Thank you.
There's one other factor that actually reduces the OPEB as well. And it's a good factor. Annuitants are living longer, so it's also the cost of premiums are going up, the number of annuitants, and then annuitants are actually living longer, which increases the OPEB. So curbing that as of January 1st does have a significant impact.
Okay, so for us right now, it's for the previous contract, the employee, probably like a year, say annuitant, if longer, it would be have the longer liable for the city, right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Ding. Okay.
I'd like to second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, a second by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Adoption of Resolution Number 23-63, approving the Citywide Historic Resources Survey Report. Planning Manager Samantha Tawassart will make the presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council. The item before you this evening is the draft Citywide Historic Resource Survey Report. This project is a continuation of the city's historic preservation efforts and work program. And presenting the project this evening is Andrew Goodrich with Architectural Resource Group, ARG. Andrew has been before the City Council to present the city's historic context statement. That was about a year and a half ago. And that context statement was used as the framework for the survey report that will be presented this evening. And Andrew will speak to that in his presentation. Prior to tonight's City Council meeting, the draft report was presented to the city's Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Commission at its September 13th meeting, and the commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to the City Council this evening. The recommendation before the council is to adopt resolution number 23-63, approving the citywide historic resource survey report if the item is approved this evening. And with that, I will pass the presentation to Andrew.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for your time this evening. My name is Andrew Goodrich. I'm here with Architectural Resources Group. We are a historic preservation consulting firm based in Los Angeles, and we've been working with staff and the HPCRC on the Citywide Historic Resources Survey. The purpose of our presentation tonight is to provide you with a summary of the first phase of the survey. Our presentation is divided into two parts. I'll begin by providing a summary of the project, and then after that, I will present an overview of the survey findings. And then at the end, I'll be available to answer any questions that you may have. So just a little bit about the project. The project is the first ever citywide historic resources survey of San Gabriel. A historic resources survey is a common planning tool that is used to identify and inventory historically significant properties. Our scope involved identifying and documenting properties of historical significance that were built through the year 1980 and located in the San Gabriel city limits. Survey findings are intended to be an informational tool. They will help staff and decision makers, members of the public and others make well-informed planning and land use decisions moving forward. And one thing I do want to emphasize here is that properties identified in a survey are not automatically designated in a historic register. Designation is a totally separate process that requires owner participation and input. This is just developing a list of potentially eligible properties. So rather than completing everything all at once, the survey has been divided into two phases to make the most efficient use of available funds. To date, we have been working on phase one. Phase one involved background review and outreach, a reconnaissance survey of the entire city, and an intensive survey of individual properties that are historically significant. Phase two is scheduled to take place in 2024, so next year, and that will involve an intensive survey of historic districts. So tonight's presentation, this is specific to phase one, which we have been working on. So I wanted to take a few minutes to walk you through our process so that you understood how we approached the project and how we arrived at our findings. The project kicked off in the spring of 2022, and we started by diving deep into background research. So what our team did was we collected and reviewed existing survey data, other city documents, including general plans and specific plans, and then we also conducted additional research about the history of San Gabriel as needed. Early in the project, we also conducted outreach with local stakeholders. Outreach was a really important part of this project. We didn't want this to be a top-down exercise where, we as consultants come in and tell the community what matters, what's important. We wanted this to be more of a collaborative exercise. Toward that end, we worked with staff to develop a public outreach program which involved a variety of different strategies, and I'll briefly touch on each of them. So specifically, we worked with staff to develop a dedicated project webpage. That's that kind of snippet on the right there. The webpage was launched in May of 2022 and remained active for the duration of the project. We also developed public comment forms, which were available on the project webpage electronically. Paper copies were also made available at all public meetings and workshops related to the project. We hosted a community meeting in July of 2022. This meeting was held in person, actually here in this room. It was well attended. I think there were about 10 to 12 people who showed up, and it was a really great opportunity for our team to engage with members of the local community and have a conversation about the project and really hear more about the buildings and the areas, the places that matter to them. Finally, we conducted one-on-one outreach with stakeholders. This typically involved either a 30-minute telephone call or a Zoom call. And again, it just really gave us a chance to engage with people on a kind of a one-to-one level and get information that helped our study. So, we tried to really make use of everything that we could. So web-based methods, in-person meetings, paper forms, Zoom calls, and telephone conversations, really in the spirit of reaching as many people as we possibly could. I know this is probably very hard for you to see, but this is a copy of the public comment form that I mentioned in the previous slide. And I did want to call out that it was made available in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Mandarin, again, in the spirit of reaching as many people as we possibly could. So those tasks kind of took us through the spring and summer of 2022. In the fall of 2022 and winter of 2023, our team conducted a citywide reconnaissance survey. During the reconnaissance survey, we drove every street in San Gabriel. We looked at every building that we could see from the street. And during that process, we identified buildings and areas that, in our professional opinion, appeared to be historically significant and meet eligibility criteria. We then conducted supplemental research about properties identified in the reconnaissance survey. From there, we developed a draft list of potentially eligible historic properties. This list was shared with city staff and the HPCRC for review and comment, and based on the comments received, was finalized. So moving forward a little bit into the spring of 2023, so earlier this year, our team went back out into the field to document individually eligible properties. This is what we call an intensive survey. During the intensive survey, data was collected about each resource, including architectural style, character-defining features, visible alterations, and a summary statement of historical significance. Areas that merited further study as potential historic districts were preliminarily identified during Phase 1. However, they were not formally documented as part of the Phase 1 survey. That will happen later during the Phase 2 survey. One thing I did want to mention here was that survey data was collected from the public right-of-way, so we documented and evaluated what we could see. We did not go inside buildings or on private property at all. So finally, moving into the summer of this year, we prepared a survey report. The survey report includes a discussion of our field and research methods, as well as a comprehensive summary of the Phase 1 survey findings. Included as an appendix to the survey report are inventory forms. These are pictured on the right side of the screen there. These inventory forms were prepared for each eligible property identified in the survey, and the forms really include all of the data that was collected in the survey. They're organized by address. They're included as an appendix, so hopefully it's easy enough to kind of flip through, and if you're looking for a particular property, you can find everything there is to know about it. So that's kind of our overview of the project. Next, I'll take a few minutes to talk about the survey findings. So a total of 110 eligible historical resources were identified in the Phase 1 survey. And this chart just shows a breakdown of the types of properties that were identified. So 59% were residential properties, 21% institutional properties, and the remaining 20% commercial properties. Of those 110 eligible historical resources, 101 were individual buildings, and 9 were what we call non-parcel resources. These are things like bridges and signs and infrastructure that are typically located outside the boundaries of a legal parcel, often in the public right-of-way. So pictured on the screen are just a handful of the properties that were identified as individually eligible for listing. You can see that the survey identified a variety of different property types. So we have houses and commercial buildings and institutional buildings. These properties also range in age from very early adobe houses dating to the 17 and 1800s to buildings that were constructed in more recent decades in the mid-20th century. These properties also embody a variety of architectural styles, and they kind of range in appointment from simple vernacular structures to architecturally distinctive buildings. So all in all, the survey, in our view, really identified a healthy mix of historic resources that represent a wide variety of contexts and themes in the city's history. So pictured on the screen here are several of what we're calling non-parcel resources that were identified in the survey. Specifically, the survey identified some historically significant examples of bridges and infrastructure, such as those pictured on the left, as well as a handful of historic signs. Examples are pictured in the center and then on the right side of the screen. So as I mentioned, the Phase 1 survey did not formally evaluate potential historic districts that will take place during Phase 2. However, several areas were flagged in the first phase of this project for further study as potential districts, which will be studied in greater detail during the Phase 2 survey. 11 areas were flagged for further study. This includes 9 potential historic districts, which are pictured in red, and 2 potential planning districts, which are pictured in blue. These areas will be further researched, confirmed, and documented in the Phase 2 survey, which will take place in 2024. So that concludes our presentation. This was a really fascinating project to work on. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present our findings to you tonight. Thank you all so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Do we have any council questions? Councilmember Manger.
Actually, that's very appropriate. I didn't see the mission on there. I saw other churches, but not the mission. Is there a particular reason?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's actually a good question. So properties, there are a handful of properties in the city that are already designated, the Mission being one of them.
Mission Playhouse, too.
Mission Playhouse,
Yeah.
Vincent Lugo
Oh,
Park.
okay, so if there, shouldn't we have another bucket, where it's already been designated? Because if this is supposed to be all our historical survey, resources, not including the mission, I think is pretty significant. Is there a way of creating another bucket or whatever you call them?
Yeah, in the survey report, there is a section at the beginning of the survey findings subsection that does list all of the designated resources. So this includes the Mission Playhouse,
La Laguna,
and then a handful of properties that have Mills Act contracts and are kind of considered to be locally designated. So those are addressed. We just didn't prepare like a form or reevaluate them because the evaluation has already been completed.
Okay, yeah, because I kept looking, I was like, it's got to be here somewhere. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you for the presentation. It was very good. Clarification, can you give me an example of what you call a potential historic district versus a planning district? What does that mean?
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
it the purple sections and the red sections and the near the end?
Absolutely. So a historic district is eligible. It's a geographic area that is eligible for designation as a district. This is kind of, I think, what most people think of when they think of a historic district. There's a boundary And then each building is assigned a status either as we call it a contributor, which is, it contributes to the historic character, or a non-contributor. So those are kind of conventional districts. A planning district are areas that have some sort of special character. However, they generally lack the what we call the integrity to be eligible for listing as a historic district. It's a way to honor and commemorate areas that kind of have a special place in the city's past, but have been usually too altered or too modified to qualify as a historic district.
Okay, so you would say the definition of historic district is more specific, I guess.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the survey report. Actually, I've been enjoying reading that. It's a pretty thick, but I do have questions regarding so this is a report that will be providing more data and information to our historic preservation and cultural resource commissions to decide if that location or particular individual units or parcel to be designated as a historical building or property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So this report is not automatically to designate anything that will be historical. That will be decided by the commission.
That's correct. Designating properties would be a totally separate process.
I see. Well, so for example, I mean, from your perspective, I mean, usually those people that their house has not been designated, but they will be potentially become a historical building. Pros and cons. I mean, when that will be tagged as a historical building, that means they have more limitations or restrictions to renovate the exterior of the building. So normally, that from your perspective, that is it's a good impact, or it'll be pretty negative to the property owners that being designated as a historical building.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the purpose of this report is really to be an informational tool. It's not to tie anybody's hands down. It's really just so that the city and the public, anybody who's interested, has an understanding of what the historical resources are, the potential historical resources, and where they're located. Designation, if a property owner did decide to go that route, does have, I guess, pros and cons. The cons being that you are somewhat limited in what you could do in the future if you are designated. However, there are also financial incentives available. I know the city of San Gabriel has an active Mills Act program, so you can get tax abatement, which can be put back into the property. I think on a less tangible level, I think people are drawn to San Gabriel in large part because of the character of its neighborhoods. So I think, survey findings kind of help, again, kind of help people make kind of informed planning decisions in the future that help preserve important aspects of that character.
I see. And those data is based on, I saw that you have the source from assessor's office, from Google or from, so you probably won't be able to find out the exactly year of build for that building. But the closest one, how do you identify that could be a potential historical if it looks so new? Because sometimes when people, they renovate or they call rebuild the house, but actually they just keep, maybe one wall and they just rebuild everything. But the year will be still showing the old one.
Yeah, and when we make our decisions, age factors into the equation, but what we really look for, we look at criteria. The city has criteria spelled out in its ordinance, the Historic Preservation Cultural Resource Ordinance. And so in our determinations of eligibility, we really use those criteria as our benchmark, not so much the construction date.
And I saw that you have all three languages when you, so that is a form that you provide to the public that whoever may have a better idea which building could be considered as historical building. So what is the turnout? I mean, is that you got a lot of like a response from people that submit a form to you?
Yeah, we had a decent turnout. I want to say we had, I don't have the precise number in front of me, between 10 and 12 completed forms submitted to us. And that was in addition to the comments we received through additional means of outreach.
Okay, so you did reach out to them?
That's correct,
I
yes.
see. Okay, that's all my questions so far, so I will leave the rest in the discussion later.
Thank you. Any further clarifying questions? Okay, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor. Senor Lubicic.
I also filled out an actual paper form. I don't know if you need that. I wasn't sure with work if I was going to make it, and thank goodness there were lots of questions tonight. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to come tonight to voice my very enthusiastic and excited support for this survey document. It has been a labor of a lot of staff hours and work and the excellent research and care taken by Andrew Goodrich and his team. The HPCRC, I wish it flew off my tongue as smoothly as it seemed to come off of his, did have multiple opportunities to see this work in progress. And so I just wanted to also say that beyond being delighted about the end result, I was also very, very happy with the way that the process unfolded. We, as I mentioned, had lots of opportunities for feedback, and I think that one of the really unique features of both our context statement, but now also this inventory, is that we've been able to capture what I think is an important part of San Gabriel's history beyond the monumental, but really the broader socioeconomic patterns that have driven the development in some of these areas that are now designated as planning districts, some of the more modest homes that are included in our survey. I'm delighted that we have the non-parcel items and that some of our signs are being identified as part of this survey. I've joked that the Norgine Laundry was going to end up in my backyard if anybody tried to take it down, because I think it's a great sign on Las Tunas. I do hope that this will exist as a living document for the city. Time marches on, and so the end date of the 1980s is going to need to move. We need to be vigilant in looking at these properties. I think that there's a lot of communication to do with residents whose homes now are a part of this survey. And Councilmember Wu, if ever I can talk to you about the economics of historic preservation, I would love to. And as a teaser, I'll just say South Pasadena, Monrovia. There's some really wonderful economic benefit to investing in the character of your city along with its history. So I also am particularly grateful that part of the consent calendar was our Phase 2 funding. This will bring us through some of the requirements of our ordinance, and it's wonderful to see that work being completed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew.
I have a question. What are we going to do with this survey? What is it? Is it just for the historical reasons, or is there something that we're going to use, the city's going to use this survey for?
So this is, staff can answer as well, but from the city council's perspective, this is a foundational document. It gives us some legal protections, as well as it just sets, it sets up a lot of, I would say, mechanisms that we could make decisions based on. So when you have historic districts and historic planning, it's the framework that can help all the other commissions, as well as HPRCC, decide on things. So when, say, for example, design review is working inside of one of these districts, they'll have a historic context for a decision they may make. Without this, there's no foundation, there's no real, I mean, you're just kind of, every one of these is ad hoc, which over time, like Senya said, you could lose the character of a neighborhood if no one's ever thought about it. And so this is more of a document that really sets a foundation to a lot of other decisions, and we can use it as a springboard that kind of keeps our character as San Gabriel, so we don't just meld and become San Gabriel, Alhambra, Temple City. We actually can keep the character of our city. So
Okay, so this is just the starting of maybe setting some type of regulations or ordinances on the districts for building for further development
I wouldn't say regulations or ordinances. It really is a planning document. It helps us communicate to potential builders, potential developers, people who are renovating, that we've identified these areas. And we've very thoughtfully and purposefully done a complete survey of every structure and put together this plan. It's more cooperative, I would say, than, I wouldn't want to consider it a legislative tool. It's more of a, here's San Gabriel's character, we want to work with you if you're going to come develop, or if you want to improve a property. We welcome improvements, but let's be mindful of the neighborhood you're in, of the character, and everything else.
Okay. And then just a comment, maybe we could use this when it comes time to like rename a street, right?
Definitely, it helps.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I have no more speaker cards.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? All right, I will close public comment and open up council discussion. Anybody have items for discussion? Councilmember Ding.
So actually, the mayor has already answered the question with Andrew regarding that what's the purpose. I think at that time we make a decision, we wanted this kind of survey. Also think about our city, the history. It's a history, the city, historic city also. But later on we're talking about too, it's a founding place for the Los Angeles. So that's a characteristic, especially for our city of San Gabriel. So compare with the neighborhood city. So I think we, we're not like want to do something regulated. I understand it. I don't want to like take over some legal action, right? But the things we like, for example, we have the good Blossom Market. So with the historic building, they do a good job for the like food court, keep the older historical building and develop the new business. That's pretty good. It's really the purpose is it's like if your city you have a own characteristic, own historical, you should be keep the deep spirit on that. So same to like I just come from my hometown Shanghai. They did a lot of these kind of things too. They keep like Shanghai history, like maybe modern history is similar to the San Gabriel. It's like 200 years the old the city, the modern city. Okay, but they keep the historical some building and plus the new develop. It's a pretty successful. Okay, if you have time to visit to them, I have this time also have a chance to their modern one. It's really help. So this our city of San Gabriel need it. Keep the historic building and the size still have the like a new development. So they try to do the like modern and the historical the balance. It's pretty good. So I think that survey for my expecting it's also this kind of report help the city to make a decision or like historical purpose preservation. The commissioner they can help us to the phase 2. Okay, that's my comments. I really thanks the Angelo. You do the very good job to survey this one. So some historical. Because if you don't do people don't do the survey or don't do the tell me, I don't know. So what's the building? This building, it's really historical building. It's really helpful. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding.
Thank you. I'll go first.
There we go.
We're being too nice to each other, Vice Mayor. So first of all, I just think we all need to acknowledge that this is a time of celebration. I mean, this is the first ever citywide historic resource survey. This has been, on some kind of plan for, years, decades, and it's finally here. So kudos to the commission in particular, the Historical Commission, who keeps pushing that boulder up that hill, and we're getting there. We're getting there. So this is an exciting time. I was going to suggest that our public information officer, highlight this, share this wide with our community. It is fascinating if you have the time to kind of walk through it. Something really for us to be proud of, and to keep an eye out, because as Senya mentioned, it is a living document. So every year goes by, and another one should be added to the list. I'm going to try to ask a couple questions of Greg, so he's paying attention. He hasn't said anything yet, but this is his cup of tea here. One of the things I noticed was the signs, which is great. Page 276 and 278 in particular. I'll just highlight those because it's like 300 pages of information. But and 274 too. But we'll look at 276, which is the San Gabriel entrance sign number 5, and it's on, I'm not sure what street it's on exactly, but there's a lot of signs like that. There's another one here on Valley, which are, look a little ragged, look a little old. From a public works perspective, how is this going to help or hurt you? Because can you replace those signs, or if we do replace them, we have to make sure we maintain the integrity of the sign? Can you help us out? Because I've had people complain, well, you're building all these great, construction, modern, and then these signs are ready to, they should be put away. And so is there a way to refresh them, to make them look, keep its look, but at the same time make it more vibrant? Is that possible?
Thank you for the question. There is, the signs you're referring to are the ones that generally have the neon lighting on them, right? So they're also...
Yeah, I can't tell. I guess at some point it had neon lighting. I'm not sure if they still do, but yeah.
Yeah, they should. Those have been a problem for us maintaining. They do go out, and we have to bring in a specialty company just to rebuild the ballasts for the neon. As far as giving them a different, fresher look, I would defer that back to council. I wouldn't do that on my own. I think they are historic. They have an intended look. They do look old, but maybe they're supposed to. So they can be freshened up. We can rebuild them, repaint them to the colors they used to be. Pretty much the sun and weather wears out everything eventually, and they are old. But the neon component is really the difficult part for us. We don't have the ability to rebuild those neon ballasts in-house, but...
Well, I just meant, like, you could look old, but it could still look refreshed. These just look like we've been ignoring it. I'm just kind of curious how many of those there are and what the cost would be.
Yeah, I agree, but actually a lot of the residents complain that too, so how can we fix this neon line? But I think maybe new technology maybe still can keep looks like a neon line, but it's LED, it's the energy save, but it's feeling our city. It's really, this is like our city face, right? So when they entry, they see that, okay, and also I saw also they complain for the village too. So these two, so if yeah.
We can't solve it tonight, but I think hopefully the council could
Yeah.
agree that maybe it'd be important to bring it back, just as, how much would that cost? Because again, it could be old, but as long as it looks kept well, or, it doesn't look like we're just ignoring it.
If council desires, we can do a cost estimate on where they are, and just a variety of options to replace the lighting or simply just repaint them and clean them up.
And again, I don't know if that should go through the historical commission, or, who that goes to design review, because they're signs. So, but I would like to see that, and I think I have two. Well, Councilmember Ding and I, hopefully we can get one more to agree. The other area, and I'll go back to Greg, I got another question for you. In this survey, it doesn't talk about trees, and I know we have an arborist. The area that just comes to mind right now is Girona. I mean, that beautiful canopy of trees, although it causes a lot of problems because of the roots on the sidewalks and the streets, but I know you've been really good in trying to maintain that. But I know there's other areas we have that beauty, and I would love to keep that. I guess this is not your area. It's got to be a building of some sort or a sign, you know, trees or those kind of districts. Where does that fall? Who's keeping track so we're not getting rid of trees that have been here for, you know, 50-plus years? Is that, or do you work together? How does that work?
I'm happy to take a stab at this. So I'm familiar with the trees on Girona that you're referring to, the lovely camphor trees across the street. Typically, for purposes of historic surveys, those types of non-building resources, kind of tract features, so things like trees and lights, that kind of thing, are captured in historic districts. So during phase 2, areas that are identified as districts will be thoroughly documented. That documentation will include, it'll be building focused, but it will also focus on other aspects of those districts that contribute to the sense of place. So trees will be addressed.
Okay, and then Greg, does your group have a survey of some sort of these trees that are without?
We do. Our current contract with North Star Land Care, one of their contract requirements is to do a citywide tree survey, put them on GIS, designate their variety, their size, their health, when they're maintained. So we do track that on a GIS layer. In addition, in my years in Santa Monica, I do recall a couple trees, I think, being designated as landmarks, not so much historic, but designated as a landmark. It's unusual, but.
And would that fall under you, or would that fall eventually with our historical survey when they're doing?
Not me.
Not you. Well, if somebody could take that would be great, maybe add it to the list, but I think it's so essential to keep our trees, and especially, I mean, Girona just comes to mind. I know there's other areas, but that area is just so beautiful. So reminds me of South Pass, Pasadena, Monrovia, those areas that have those trees. And then lastly, kind of what Vice Mayor brought up about, I guess, I'm not sure if it's the right word, tagging some of these homes. You know, we had quite a few adobe homes that were destroyed, gone. And I think, I don't know how many we have left. I know one for sure on Ramona, and maybe that was the last one. So this would be used or would not be used. Maybe someone from our planning department could verify. But if someone wants to destroy a home or, well, destroy it really, I guess renovation, like the Vice Mayor said. But so are these homes now tagged? So not necessarily we're going to prevent them, but at least we're highlighting, and then with time, I guess some decisions could be made. But I'm just kind of curious, these homes that were mentioned, are they tagged now, or what do we do? Or that's part 2 of this process? One of you.
I'll take another stab at this one too. So, you know, the homes identified in the survey are not formally designated. This is just, you know, developing that inventory. Our goal is to provide planning, you know, with a list of properties that are flagged in their internal system. So if somebody, say, were to come pull a demolition permit for one of the properties identified in the survey, it wouldn't necessarily preclude them from demolishing it, but it would flag it in the system for further study and analysis.
Yeah, because I think it's important to, I mean, not all property owners are as versed in this area, and so I think at least give the property owner the information, and like you mentioned, some of the tax incentives that are there, if it applies. But, you know, I think about those adobe homes, and what a shame, what a shame. And so maybe we can still rescue some of those other homes that are not as old, but they're still part of our fabric of history. So, so that's good to know that at least the owner will be informed. And if it is something of significant value, then I guess there could be, it could be addressed in some way. But as the mayor said, we're not here to legislate per se, but there has to be a balance where we can rescue these great resources in our city. And a prime example, and I got to bring up Senya again, when the bowling alley, we had a bowling alley. I don't know, were you around with the bowling alley situation?
I'm familiar with it. It was slightly
Okay,
before my time.
so the bowling alley was demolished and the sign was going to be demolished. And it really took Sanya and Eloy to, I think they brought a truck or something, but rescued that sign that had lots of history to it, and it's in some museum in the valley now. But it's those kind of things that not everyone is as informed as them, but you know what, now that we're at a better place as a city, hopefully we can be more proactive and not expect some of our residents to rescue certain signs or trees, you know, whatever the case may be. I just think it puts us in a much better place, and I'm just so thankful that we've reached this, you know, phase 1, and look forward to phase 2. So thank you for being part of the San Gabriel family and helping us with our historical resources. So that's all.
Thank you. Further comments?
Just wanted to echo my colleague, Councilwoman Menchaca, that I am very happy with the phase 1 and looking forward to phase 2. Thank you.
Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I really appreciate that the way that you designed the survey. I think that you're using the photo from Toyo Miyatake Studio. This really looks so nice. And I do have some questions. I think Greg is sitting here for some reason. So I just have a couple questions. We were talking about the light, that the entrance light, so there's neon things. That could be like less than 100 years. So for example, there's some family I do see from the survey report. Some family been built, it was built in 1907, some of them built in 1918. So that means obviously those are more than 100 years. So if the homeowner said, you know what, I have broken windows, I would like to replace a window at a time, how we deal with that? Do we allow them to do whatever they like? Or they should really copy exactly the style that as is?
That actually does fall under community development and building permits.
Samantha?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Even without the survey, the current code requirement is any replacement should match the existing window.
Great. Yeah, because this is a way that we can protect, you know, that is the main purpose of the preservation. We want to preserve the way it, as you know, when it was built. So, when we have those historic designations, for example, we have a designated historical district. Those properties or condominiums or the parcels, are they exempt from SB 9? Can we protect them and stay away from SB 9 things?
No, those, the new Senate bills do address historically designated properties, so there are separate regulations for it, so not necessarily protecting it, but put it in a different set of criteria. Staff has not looked into the specifics of what those regulations are, considering that the city is only starting in its designation process. However, that is something that staff will be taking a look at concurrently, parallel, as we move on to phase 2 of this project.
I see. And those historic designations, it's not necessary to stop the construction. It sounds like it's not necessary to stop the construction like something like ADU, right? People still can build something, but do we have any regulations or any guidelines that, because this is a preserved area, or we have to make this, maybe the additional units should be look similar to the front units? Do we have those regulations?
Yes, so currently, even absent of the survey report, the ordinance requirements for ADUs and also for SB 9 applications is to be consistent in design with the primary dwelling unit. When it comes to ADUs, many of the applications are conversions of existing structures. So the goal is not to completely alter the accessory structures, whether it be a garage or a playroom. Where there would be a modification or an update to the structure would be, for example, to remove the garage door and to replace it with a standard pedestrian entry door or a window. In the case of new construction, again, the current code requirement, even minus the survey, is to have it constructed so that it's architecturally consistent with the main dwelling unit. So there's already a lot of regulations that the city has in place, absent of this survey. What this survey does is it identifies properties that have certain criteria that fall under certain criteria that qualify as historic. And as the city moves forward and reach out to the property owners that have been included on this list, there will be conversations about interests in being a part of districts or being individually designated, and as mentioned by Andrew, whatever financial benefits that may come with designating a property. With that, and as part of phase 2, will be the criteria and what it means once designated. I mean, generally speaking, it would mean remodeling or adding on based on the Secretary of Interior standards. So that term has come up throughout this process. And so the state already has guidelines once a property is designated. And that's why phase 2 is important, is to make sure to have these conversations with property owners first, and then take these items to the Preservation Commission and then to the City Council. So there's several steps included in phase 2 now that properties have been identified in the survey.
This is awesome. The last question I have is, do we provide, our city, does our city provide any tax incentive or grants or any, for preservation efforts for the homeowner?
So at a local level, just as mentioned by Andrew, just through the Mills Act contract process. And so that is if a property owner is interested in entering into that contract with the city. As mentioned, what that would mean would be reduced, I think, taxing on the property in exchange for improvement costs to maintain the character of the property. That's all documented, and the city works with the assessor's office in order to record and to document that. So it is a collaborative effort between the city, the property owner, and the assessor's office in order to maintain that for the duration of the contract. And even for existing contracts, to get out of something like that, the property owner would have to come back before the city council in order to review that contract.
I see. So the designation will be printed on the grant deed.
Correct.
I see. Okay, thank you very much, Samantha. Yeah, I will support the phrase 2 as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wu. Councilwoman Chaka.
Follow up to Vice Mayor, I was looking at Andrew. Do you have any update on SB 9 with some of your other clients? You want to take a stab, as you say?
I know this is a lot. Right now, I think cities are really grappling with how to deal with these housing bills. I'm not super familiar with the nuances of the legislation. There's SB 9 and SB 10. And one of them, I think it might be SB 10, there are exemptions for designated historic districts. I'm not super familiar. This is all pretty new. This has happened in pretty recent memory, so I don't have personal experience dealing with that. But I think there are certain provisions in one, if not both of those state housing bills related to historic districts.
Thank you. I'm sure our staff will, when it's fine-tuned, bring it back for us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Ding.
Oh, yeah, because the Vice Mayor already asking for some building, it's older, even right now, maybe not the designation, the historical building, but it looks like I have some property owner is complain, so because they hard to find a new material, repair, maintenance their windows, but the city still require them to use the same style of the windows. So for this kind of situation, what we flexible to help the owner because they hard to find some older material, older style, So that's I hear about it.
Yeah, I'll speak to that a little bit. So Samantha mentioned the Secretary of the Interior Standards, which these are they're standards that are administered federally, and they're also used by state and local governments. And they really apply to how to manage change to historic properties. What's kind of nice about the Secretary of the Interior Standards is that they are very broad, and they are meant to kind of allow change to happen. So a property is not necessarily frozen in time. They don't have to, a property owner doesn't always need to replicate everything 100%. There is opportunity for modifications to a property. It just needs to be compatible with the historic character of the building. So there is some flexibility kind of baked into that process. And those standards are typically what are used as the basis for reviewing projects involving historic properties.
Okay. Yeah, another case, they say because there's only one window have a problem, but the city looks like asking them, even if you want to replace it, they have to replace all the windows the same new style. Is it correct?
Yes, that's correct. The requirement is that the windows have a consistent architectural style.
Okay, so not just one window to replace the new one, and the rest of it still keep older style?
Well, replacement is allowed, and it's either replaced so that it matches the architectural style of all of the existing windows, or all of the windows are replaced so that it's one consistent architectural style.
Okay.
So not to have mismatch styles. So what you'll see, and what makes some of the residences that have defining characteristics is, for example, if the windows are all single hung, double hung, that's a singular style. If they're slider windows, that's a singular style. If they're wood frame, if there's certain seals and trims. So the requirement is just that the replacement matches the existing, or if not, then all the windows need to have a certain style.
Okay, I understand your point, but also therefore it also looks like that if they already have the older style windows, they want to still continue to keep. That's meaning if they replace the new one, the older style will be all the replaced. So they think about maybe, for example, have 5 windows, just one window. But 4 windows, they still want to keep the older style, keep the historical. That's their thought too, So looks like for me it's reasonable too, they keep the historical too, right?
Yes, if that's the case, again, the consistency in style is it's in the zoning code.
Okay.
Absent of the survey. However, if that's something that the city council or the design review board wants to take a look at, then we can always come back with amendments to write in exceptions into that requirement. But generally, additions, remodels are not treated any differently than a new design. So for example, you would not design a brand new house with varying types of windows and a style that is different from the architectural style of the building. So it's not treated as an afterthought.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I wanted to just thank staff, commission, and consultant for this report. It's very well presented, easy to understand. So that's really something that it's not easy to do, is to make something like this digestible. So I really do appreciate the amount of work that went into this. To me, it's a long time coming. We've been trying to get this for years and years. And I would quote a famous astronaut and say this is one small step for the HPCRC and a giant leap for the city of San Gabriel. So these type of documents, like I mentioned in response to public comment, is that these are meant to be collaborative documents. They're meant to show that the city is out there thinking and giving notice to residents and to potential developers and to homeowners that, you may live in a historic district, you may live in a historic house, and rather than coming in and being blindsided halfway through your planning, you can go into the city and say, I'm thinking about doing these things in my house, and then the city can pull up your address and go, okay, we've already surveyed that. Not a lot of cities are going to be able to do that, and we've already thought about it. So now we can work collaboratively with homeowners or with developers and say, hey, here's what the city would like to see. You know, and the city is basically all your neighbors, all your, you know, everyone else that's around you, and be a good contributor to the community. This is not meant to be an onerous document where we're going to tell you what you're going to build in your house. That's not what we're doing here. We're trying to help keep the integrity of our city while at the same time encouraging improvement, encouraging development. This is not an anti-development. This is, to me, it's something that we want to develop intelligently, we want to develop collaboratively, and this type of document does that. It's the first step. I fully support phase 2 and fully support, you know, as much effort as we can put into these types of processes, these types of you know, just recognition of history, recognition of we are always progressing forward, we're always developing, but at the same time we have to kind of look in both directions, forward and backwards. So I think this is the type of document that helps us do that. We appreciate where we've come from, and we have a definite direction that we want to go, and this helps guide that. So I really do appreciate the effort of everybody. With that, I would entertain motions.
Motion.
I'll second.
All right, motion to, I think the city attorney wants us to say what we're motion. You gonna do the staff recommendation? Staff recommendation? You just motioned.
Yeah, I make a motion.
To adopt.
Over to
staff
this resolution, yeah.
Gotcha. I don't want to, I mean, I don't know if you're for or against. I think, put words in your mouth.
And I second.
Okay. For the record, I want to clarify, that was a motion to adopt Resolution 2363, approving the Historic Resources Survey Report. We have a motion by Councilmember Ding, second by Councilmember Menchaca. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. Next item, please.
Community Special Events 2023 to 24. Community Services Director Perez will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Harrington and members of the City Council. Tonight before you, we have an item to speak about community engagement events or special events. Community engagement events or special events are held throughout the year. Most are coordinated by the Community Services Mission Playhouse Department. The exception to that is Dumpling and Beer, which is coming up this Friday and is coordinated by Community Development, and our Lunar New Year event, which has been coordinated by an outside producer. The budget for special events is in the non-departmental fund, which was created in fiscal year 2019-2020. Before that, the events were housed within the individual departments. At times during budget discussions and throughout the year, the City Council has raised ideas about new or enhanced events, and so that's why this is coming before you tonight. The budget for special events does not include total staffing costs for coordination of the event. Staff costs for day of the event are often covered by the event budget, but planning and coordination events costs are not included. Your staff report includes a complete list of special events, so we've not included that here for the PowerPoint presentation, but that is included in your staff report. And tonight we're asking for a City Council discussion and direction on various events. I'll go into those now. Council members have expressed interest in having an event to celebrate Mid-Autumn or Moon Festival. This holiday typically falls in late September or early October. Due to the amount of events we already have scheduled during this time of year, staff recommends not adding another community-wide event. In 2023, just a week ago, we held a special luncheon for seniors in our community to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival, and had about 85 seniors participate in that, which was a great event. So unless council plans to cancel another event at this time of year, staff would not recommend moving forward with another event, and would suggest holding something like the senior luncheon again in future years. For Possible ideas for 2023 Veterans Day and 2024 Memorial Day, and then moving forward. Council has suggested hosting a Memorial Day event. Staff proposes a Field of Heroes collection of flags to be placed in Plaza Park as a visual display and backdrop for a Veterans Day and Memorial Day ceremony. Cost for 200 flags and signage is approximately $10,000, which is higher than the proposed budget included in your staff report for Memorial Day. So should the flags be purchased, staff proposes to allow the San Gabriel Veterans Memorial Coalition to fundraise for the Veterans Memorial with sponsorship of the flags. Lunar New Year Lantern Festival. The city has hosted Lunar New Year festivals in the past, as was mentioned. For 2024, the city has been approached with the idea of presenting a 2-day event for Lantern Festival, which marks the end of the Chinese New Year. While this entails more staffing costs for a 2-day event, staff could accommodate the request if council approves this option. And at this time, we're still working to identify a partner for the 2024 event. And the last item that we'll talk about is 4th of July. City council members have indicated they may be interested in hosting a fireworks display or something similar. Should staff move forward with it, or should council move forward with this, staff would recommend transitioning from our morning and daytime event to an evening event. Staff did have an initial discussion with San Gabriel Unified School District, and they are open to the idea of using McKinley School for this purpose, with the crowd sitting in Vincent Lungo Park. Should council want to move forward, staff would need to distribute an RFP, a request for proposals for this item. The cost would be approximately, and this is based on cities around us, approximately $30,000 to $35,000 for a 15 to 20 minute fireworks show. Or if we did want to move forward with something like a drone show, the cost is $35,000 to $95,000, depending on the amount of drones, and that's for a 10-minute show. The budget currently included for this event is $50,250. So obviously, depending on what the council wanted to move forward with, we may need to come forward with another budget request for that. And for either option, we would need to move forward quickly, as those items are becoming more challenging to plan with groups that do these sorts of events. Should council decide to enhance and expand our community engagement events, and should community services programming be expanded to include mental wellness assistance, which is something that council has mentioned, staff will likely be returning to recommend a request for additional staffing to cover these events and programming. Because as you can see in your staff report, we already do a lot of events throughout the year. So this would likely come forward as part of a mid-year budget request. Staff recommends that the City Council discuss the upcoming events for the remainder of this year and for next year, and provide direction to staff. And this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Do we have any clarifying questions for staff? Councilmember Chaco?
Yes. I wanted to bring up what the mayor had asked before, the infamous F word that he made so dramatic. Farmers market. Where is this on the schedule? I don't see a farmers market. Is that something we should be also discussing tonight, or?
So, from my understanding, the farmers market has actually been designated to our PIO to come forward, and so I believe that's going to come forward
I didn't know
as
that.
part of a separate discussion.
Congratulations. Okay, so, well, just because you've listed like police department, the hair commission, community development, I think it should have also been included here.
Okay.
Because that's a big task. And depending how often we want it, I think it's pretty significant. I guess that will come forward at some point, the farmer's market? Because I'm assuming it's a summer event, or you haven't decided yet what it is?
Staff has not decided yet what that would
Okay.
look like. It would likely, I know when we did it before, it was a year-round event. It was not just a summer
Oh,
event.
okay. Oh, that's
It would
true.
be year-round.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait for that to come forward. The other item was under budget. So I'm looking at Lunar New Year, maybe it applies to others, but even though the budget is 30,000, because we've collaborated, isn't it significantly less than that? Or is it still 30,000, this, you know, even with collaborations?
So Lunar New Year looks a little bit different looked a little bit different last year than it did in prior years. In prior years, we were spending the 30,000 and we were also bringing in sponsorships. So that was when we were working with KCM, which was a contracted producer. So that budget was developed at that time. Last year when KAZN did the event, the city did not have any cost.
Okay.
Going out for that.
Okay, I think that's.
Cost this year,
Caveat-
yeah.
A caveat to,
Initially,
a caveat to that is staffing, because obviously.
Yes, well, that's everything. So we've kind of established that this does not include staffing, right? But I wanted to give kudos to Councilmember Ding, because he found, you worked very hard in getting that collaboration. And so when people see this schedule, it looks like, well, we've spent 30,000 in the past, but we didn't have to this last year.
last year, because I just give two opportunity and I asking not assisting the $30,000, keep the fund in our city. But the reality, it's they lose money. So I think for the future, so still need some assistance for them. Yeah, that's my.
Okay, but there was a potential there. I mean, doesn't have to be 30,000 if we can get the right partners and.
Yeah, but depends, you know.
Depends, okay. Are there any other events here that we've had collaborations? And so even though it may say, I mean, I'm looking at Kiwanis and, yeah, 2,000 is clearly not that significant because Kiwanis, you know, puts in their own monies, but like the summer night movies or, well, possibly the 4th of July. Are there others that we don't spend as much, or this is pretty much budget means budget, that's the cash outlay?
This is pretty much accurate. The one exception was Walk to Los Angeles, which didn't happen this year, and I think that was brought up to the council. That didn't happen because City of Los Angeles didn't have staffing to do the portion on their end. But other than that, this budget is.
Okay, so dumplings and beers, we are gonna spend 30,000 on dumplings and beer. Despite
I
all
would have
the.
to ask community development on that. I fortunately don't have that.
I know. But it's part of, but I'm just to try to put it in perspective. But okay, I have more questions, but I'll wait after public comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions, clarifying questions? All right. I have no clarifying questions, so do we have public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor. The first comment comes to us from Mary Garcia, concerned resident, and reads as follows. I am for more community events, but not for the fireworks. If we ban them in the city, why burn that money? The city allows the high school to do them for homecoming, and living across the street, they are loud, car alarms going off, and our pets are a nervous wreck. When Kevin Sawkins and I started the 4th of July parade many years ago, we wanted to do an all-day event and were turned down. Let's do better concerts in the park or at Mission District. Known bands with more food and kids' activities. Let's spend more money on Christmas tree lighting. Get rid of the pie tins. Yes, I belong to the Women's Foundation, but change is good. Get other things for kids to put on the tree. Spend more money on nicer ornaments. I remember when I was younger, the city would set up an ice skating rink in front of City Hall for a week. So much fun. Check out what other cities are doing. Please reconsider not passing the fireworks. We can see Almanzar and Rosemead. Thank you for reading my concerns, and I'm sorry I can't be there to address this in person. The next comment is from Vicky Godo, Vice Chair of the HERE Commission and resident, and reads as follows. I am vehemently opposed to spending any amount of money on fireworks for any reason. Fireworks are extremely detrimental to the public's health and safety since they unleash toxic particulates and debris into the air and water, cause dangerous spikes in greenhouse gases that lead to further warming of the climate, spark wildfires like the one in Glendora on July 4th this year, and inflict unnecessary distress to neurodivergent people, veterans experiencing PTSD, and pet owners who already deal with terrorized animals for weeks surrounding 4th of July holiday. On July 5th this year, the South Coast Air Quality Management District rated San Gabriel very unhealthy and issued an advisory to stay indoors, especially for people with asthma and other respiratory diseases or heart conditions, senior citizens, and children. The alert called out the San Gabriel Valley in particular to avoid outdoor physical activity due to elevated levels of particle matter that accumulates along the foothills. $50,000 could be used to provide accessible restrooms for people using wheelchairs and walkers at all community events to make them more inclusive. $50,000 could be used to host a multicultural birthday celebration for the city of San Gabriel, which was a suggestion from the HERE Commission's Community Engagement Survey. $50,000 could be used to provide translation services for city meetings and events to engage more community members. Tomorrow is Clean Air Day in California. San Gabriel should be a leader in improving the environment for everyone. Prioritizing the long-term health and safety of the entire community over the temporary entertainment of a few is the responsible thing to do. Please act accordingly. Our first speaker is Chastity Jennings Nunez.
Thank you. So just a few comments. There's certainly a number of areas that are concerning and that people have questions about, but I haven't encountered a single adult resident in San Gabriel who believes that spending $50,000 on 20 minutes of fireworks is a desired way for taxpayer dollars to be spent. My fellow HERE Commissioner Vicky Goto laid out several excellent reasons not to proceed with this idea. For those who want to enjoy a fireworks display, we have at least 3 in adjacent cities around us, Pasadena, Alhambra, San Marino, and we even have a display here at the Country Club that many residents have created a tradition of watching. For me, it's really the height of hypocrisy that I hear this council explain on numerous occasions that there is no money in the budget for various social services to address identified needs in the community, yet they are willing to find as much as $95,000 for a 10-minute drone show, or literally burn through $50,000 for a 20-minute fireworks show. Having to find sustained revenue for annual funding is also an excuse I have heard for not funding various social service endeavors. So this would mean that we would have to propose a budget annually of at least $50,000 for fireworks. Just a few meetings ago, we had a guest to our city take the time to come to a city council meeting and share that he was repeatedly fined and penalized because there were an inadequate number of handicapped parking spaces at a local hotel. When he tried to address the citations at our police department, he discovered that there were no handicapped parking spaces designated, and the building was nearly inaccessible to him as a person who requires a wheelchair for mobility. If you want to celebrate independence on July 4th, take that $50,000 and create 2 designated handicap spaces and a sidewalk ramp and make our police department accessible to those who have physical disabilities. Finally, if the city is considering adding the addition of another Mission District event, it should be a return to the celebration of the city's birthday with an event that celebrates the many different cultural groups that have played a role in San Gabriel becoming the city that it is, including our residents who are descendants of the first people of this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have no more cards.
I think we have 2 in the audience, so come on down.
Go ahead, Ms. Sonia.
Somebody's got to go first.
I just had a question for Ms. Rebecca. You talked about sponsoring the flags for the Veterans Memorial. How would something like that work?
What was the question?
Okay, so the question was there was a mention of for the Veterans Memorial that possibly having sponsors for the flags. I was just wondering how that would work.
That's news to me. I didn't.
It was
know
something that she mentioned in her report.
Yeah.
The idea was that if the council wanted to have a Memorial Day or Veterans Day celebration, the thought was that we would purchase the flags to be placed in Plaza Park, and then not likely by Veterans Day, but possibly in the future, then the Veterans Memorial Coalition group could utilize those and could get sponsorship for the flags, and they could take that in as a donation for the Veterans Memorial.
It's like collaboration with the veterans?
Collaboration with the
Gotcha.
veterans.
Anything else? All right, next.
Good evening, Mayor Harrington, Vice Mayor Wu, Councilwoman Menchaca, Councilman Ding and Chan, hardworking staff. I'm here tonight to talk about sustainability and the environment. I was the hopeful person at the budget meeting who asked that staffing be provided to address these issues in our city. Tonight, I'm here to ask you to participate in encouraging the best practices to improve and sustain our environment. Today, I'm asking for approval of a budget for an environment event during the year. One that would give our residents information that would allow them to individually participate in protecting our environment. I estimate the cost would be $2,500, and that's based on a recent event and the dollars that I understood was spent for that event. You know, we have a free compost program, and when that happens, thank you, Greg, when that happens, the line goes around the block and around the block. So we know that our residents are interested in improving landscape and in gardening. But remember, the environment includes much more than gardening. It includes things like water conservation, recycling, disposal of hazardous waste, which I know we have once a year here locally, composting. There are many other areas that fall under protecting our environment. So for us as a city not to address these issues, every single resident with one small action can help to make a large impact. And so my feeling is that unless we give them the information, now I can go online and I can find different seminars and get information for myself. But I think that the majority of the residents in the city would benefit from us providing them access to that. There are a lot of local and county organizations and services that we could invite and would be happy to come to such an event to provide professional guidance to our residents on how they can do their part to protect our environment. And one other comment. I think that our city should definitely consider participating in the Tree City USA program. I think my time is up. Please approve funding for this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the council? Seeing none, I will close public comment on the item. Next is council discussion and deliberation. Anyone want to take a stab at it? Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Rebecca, that this is a very clear list that itemized what event we are going to have and how much that we set a budget. And, I've been reading this over and over again. I don't really see there's anything I can remove from the list because everything looks so special and every event that means a lot to different group or the entire citizen. But I think that, I even would like to add some more if possible, but we have only one Rebecca and only one Aldo. So, but it's really already a lot of work for you. But I think that the budget is still the most concern, and I'm very happy that you are making that, I would say, it's more conservative, which means that make the price, it's not just trying to make that from the low, but then it's underestimated. Then it will just make everyone frustrated because we actually paying more than we set the budget. So for example, the Lunar New Year, I just want to make sure that last year we had the Lunar New Year, we had the budget for 30,000, but we didn't spend that 30, right? We saved that. So where's the money? Where did we distribute the money? Is it back to our general account?
I believe so. I don't know.
Aldo?
Will, do you want to address that at all or no?
Well. Yes.
So the money that's received for Lunar New Year would go into a revenue account and would go into our general fund account.
So in the past, what event is actually over the budget? Do we have any, we set a budget for like a 10,000, but actually we spend like a 30? Is there any events that has those kind of a circumstance? That we underestimated the budget, but we actually spent more?
I don't believe we've had that, but as I mentioned, this does not include staffing. So
Of course.
if anything, it's day of staffing, but you can imagine these events, all of them take months of staffing, some of them, and or weeks of staffing at least to coordinate the event. So those costs are not included.
Those costs are not included. So the 30,000, 2,000, 10,000, that is just the event itself. This is not something we include every expenses.
Exactly.
Okay. And which event that we had the most sponsorship in the past? Do we have any very significant event that we have a lot of sponsors that will actually end up with, we are making money, we are not really paying out of the pocket or our budget money?
We bring very little sponsorship in. We did for Lunar New Year prior to last year, did bring in sponsorship and a significant amount of sponsorship, but that was put back towards the event. And Aldo may be able to speak to Dumpling and Beer. I believe that they bring in some sponsorship. Other than that, it's typically very little that we bring in sponsorship.
I see. So Elder, would you like to share some sponsorship things that enhance our event?
So for last year, for Dumpling and Beer, we brought in $11,000 in sponsorship money. Wow. And this year, we are at $6,100 for sponsorship.
$61,000.
$6,100. No, $6,100. Last year, $11,000. This year, slightly less.
So because we have less beer this time?
We have more beer this time.
We have more beers.
It's just the interest of the sponsorship this year was low. Last year, we received $5,000 from representatives, and this year that money wasn't there.
So when we define the sponsors, that usually they are like a private sector, or we are able to get funds from other, like a state level, grants. Do we have any, funds that is from there?
Not in terms of grant money, but we do receive monies from both sides. We receive monies or funding from local representatives, state representatives, and we also reach out to a lot of our partners, developers, who also sponsor our event, for Dumpling and Beer, at least.
So it's okay. So actually, you have a list that will be contact them. Would you like to join?
Correct.
Sponsorship. So what we provide them as they are a sponsor. So do we put them on like banners, or what is a benefit to them?
Yeah, so the benefits are in a package that we provide the sponsors, and that includes one example being their logo being placed on our banner, which are on the streets. We provide them with wristbands for the beer gardens. We provide them with advertisement of their operations in various forms, but it does come with the amount of money that they provide us via sponsorship. there's a certain amount of benefits that we provide them via advertisement.
How long or how many months in advance you have to make that request? For example, they will need to set a budget at the beginning of the year. So are we sending them something like, now is like October. So we are sending them, okay, we have those events. Which event that you would like to participate? Are we sending a letter to them?
We do, actually, we start as early as February for Dumpling and Beer for an event that's in October. We send out letters to our local representatives asking for participation. We don't conclude that process until about August or so because we need to consolidate and to look at our funding overall. But we start as early as the new year, sending out letters asking for participation.
And for those events that we have several of here, which event that you can generate most sponsorship?
Well, I only manage the one event, that's Dumpling and Beer. And so like I mentioned, last year is 11,000, which was the highest I've ever seen. This year we're 50% less than that. All that money goes back towards the event. Another thing to point out is we do charge for wristbands for the beer garden. So that's generating, as of 5 minutes ago, $18,000 of revenue just for that process alone.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, thank you very much. Well, so, well, first of all, I think that it's really, the main issue for us is how we can just generate more revenue. So people will see the numbers here and it's just freak out people saying, oh my God, this is like 30,000, 50,000. But I would say that if we are able to look for more sponsorships that, to support the event, and the more unique the event is, then we are able to attract more people that are able to participate, not only our citizens, our residents, but also the sponsors. I personally would, first of all, I would like to move to, for Lunar New Year, we probably have 2 days instead of one, because most people, when they have moving their trucks and everything here and ready to sell something, if there'll be just 1 day, it just costs the same thing to them. But if they are able to generate like 2 days business, that actually is more attractive, that they are able to, maximize their interest to stay and sponsor or to be a vendor in our city. And I don't see anything that I can just remove from the list still. But for the flags, that we are able to not only coordinate to one association, but I believe there are many other local associations that may have those willingness to contribute. It's not only the flags, but maybe like-kind donations. So they may not know what size of flags we want, or how many things we need to purchase, but we would know, we will have the list. They either able to contribute money and for our city to purchase. Would there be any issues that if we have a sponsor, they just issue a check to the city and have the city to purchase something for the particular event? Would there be any problem?
There's no issue that I'm aware of in bringing in sponsorships. I would just caution the council that Aldo is saying his department plans one event and they start fundraising in February for an October event. If we're talking about fundraising for all of these events, you can imagine the amount of time that's involved in that. And so I would just caution the council on saying, let's fundraise for all of these events. That adds a whole nother component to it. And I think we need to be conscientious that a lot of the sponsors that we would be requesting sponsorship from would be the same sponsors. So Athens is going to get asked, the hotels are going to be asked. So I think we would need to do, if we wanted to do something, we would probably need to do a cohesive, this is our list of events. If you're willing to sponsor towards this list of events, rather than trying to, excuse the phrase, but nickel and dime them for every event.
So
Do you understand
some of the
what I'm saying?
sponsors being approached many times and they say,
Exactly.
oh my God, St. Gabriel again? So they would like to just set up like only certain amount of money that will be for a certain event. So we need to outreach to more sponsors. So that's what you say, right? We need to have a bigger pool that we are able to generate more.
Well, potentially, or for example, doing sponsorship and that they sponsor X number of events throughout the year, as opposed to, because we're going to be limited with the amount of sponsors we can request from.
And like request all at one time, I think is what Rebecca's saying, as opposed to going to them for each different event, the multiple times. We just give them the list of all our events for the whole year. Say, what would you like to help us with?
And that would just take some time with staff to figure out what that package would consist of, if you will, what they would be getting for that, and what would make it attractive to them.
I see. Well, thank you. I think the 4th of July, I personally support that, but maybe not fireworks, but drone. But I would say we need to get the
I'm sorry, not fireworks, but what?
drone, the air drone.
Oh, the drones,
Drone
okay.
show.
Because we have to, just make the cities a little bit different from our neighboring city. While they are playing fireworks, we have something newer. So that could be the difference. We try to separate us from, we are so unique.
Right.
And we are such a historical city, but we are able to do something. It's more more attractive. Of course, that will be able to, probably attract more sponsors as well. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have a suggestion? Because
Certainly. It's a discussion.
Okay, suggesting that because too many events on there. So is it for the more efficiency, we can go through all the events. Some event if we agree, just we don't need to discuss anymore, right? So then, for the Lunar New Year, for the 4th of July, we need to discuss. Then one by one to discuss. Probably help to easy to. Otherwise, everybody when they discusses this event, that event. So that's my suggestion.
So you're suggesting to discuss every event or only the ones we want to modify?
No, every event, just read all the events, see which one we need to discuss. If they say, if some council want to discuss this event, so just for the discuss. If they say, hey, for example, for the eggs, maybe nobody for the Hawaiian one, pancake. So so Cinco de Mayo was just pass the we don't
I
need
think
to
he's
discuss,
just suggesting that we go one by one and then, I guess.
The first one by one, but just skip whatever we already agree. The most council agree, so put on sides, and we need to discuss for just focus several event to discuss.
So how about this? Is there any council member who'd like to pull one of these items? Like something you don't.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
okay,
That's good.
Yeah, I'd like to pull a few.
Let's do that. Because
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's good.
no one's pulling something that we don't need to go one by one.
Yeah.
Only the ones we think may need a modification or removal
I think
or.
Lunar New Year definitely need to discuss because we need a one day or 2 days, right? Can I?
Yeah, just make a list. Lunar New Year.
Can I go through that?
We'll discuss those one by one. Lunar New
Okay.
Year. I'll make notes. Lunar New Year.
And I think Memorial Day and the Veteran Day, it's a new one. I think I need to discuss too, right? And I just talking about discuss one, okay? And 4th of July, and walk to the Los Angeles, Mid-Autumn, and
Well, mental wellness expo, because we don't have a budget, so we need to decide if we want to add a budget, right?
Yep. Mental wellness.
okay, that's for next year, need a budget, okay. Mid-Autumn, mental health, wellness, and rest of, I think, for
Well, I want to discuss the holiday tree lighting.
holiday tree night, okay.
All right. Noted. Anyone else would like to add to the list? All right, let's start with Lunar New Year. It's probably the one that might have the most change. So on this one, I believe we are rethinking, rather than Lunar New Year as the one-day event, to do the Moon Festival 2-day event. That's at the end? Lantern, I'm sorry, mixing those two. Lantern Festival at the end of the lunar year, right, correct? That's the idea.
Yeah, but based on this day, it's on the middle. They should be the New Year first. The Latin, it's a New Year 15. But based on the Rebecca's schedule, it's on the Friday and the Saturday on the middle.
So I believe Lantern Festival, correct me if I'm wrong, is actually February 24th.
Yeah,
Which-
February 24th, it's a Latin festival.
Right,
Yeah,
which unfortunately is already booked for either one or both of the facilities, the Mission Playhouse and
Okay.
or the Adult Recreation Center. So we were proposing the weekend prior,
Mhm.
which is the 16th and 17th.
Yeah, okay. But it's fine because in the San Gabriel, right? So actually with celebration, why the 2 days, I think for the Chinese traditional, it's like it's a half a month, the celebration. Even 2 days still small, it's a very short. So that's why the most vendor or organizer, they really want the 2 days, yeah. So I also propose if possible, so we can KZ and probably they more interesting. But last year, 1 day they say for them also why they lose money because they rent. Maybe it's a little bit expensive for them to rent the equipment. It's 2 days compared to the 1 days. So if they have 2 days, probably they help them balance their budget.
All right, any further discussion?
Well, I believe the main idea for the Lantern Festival is because we would like to make a little bit difference from other cities that were there doing Lunar New Year, Chinese New Year. Then we have Lantern Festival. That is also part of the Lunar New Year, but that is particular for people that kids, they're able to just bring a little lantern
Yes.
and walk on the street. It's just like very similar to, trick or treat, but there's no candy things. It's just with a little lantern.
Just light.
Yes.
It's like, but the traditional is the candy. Okay.
I mean, I'm all for, personally working on a different event or figuring a better or different way of doing it. I mean, I fully support that. It's just, I don't know, the budget impact or any of that. I'm fine with that. I think that's a great idea to kind of make us stand out because I think there are quite a few Lunar New Year events right around when we do ours. And if we can have some separation, I imagine we'll get higher attendance.
Yeah, I agree too, because most of the city, they use the Lunar New Year. We use the Lunar New Year, the Lunar New Year, and then Latin Festival. It's more specific for our city of San Gabriel.
I agree. Is that enough direction, Rebecca, or something you can work with?
Yes.
Or do we need to form a
We actually-
subcommittee and do the whole government thing?
No, we actually have a meeting tomorrow, and hoping to secure a media group that would want to work with us on that event, so.
Okay, so let me have all the council members close their ears. Is there anyone do you want help from council, or is that something you think should be staff?
So
I don't want to volunteer.
Vice Mayor Wu and Councilmember Ding are actually meeting with us.
I know, but I'm just saying it's a new event. I just want to make sure that
This is just an initial discussion.
got it. So we're good. So let's check that off the list. I think we have direction, we have volunteers. Next brought up was memorial and veterans. Those are pretty new events, or they're new events if we add them, right? We do kind of a,
They would be new events, and I will say they will be low-key events. They will be, the idea is to have it be the flags that would be out as a visual. That's an example of what City of Glendora does. They have their Veterans Memorial, and they also have the placed flags. But the suggestion would be to have a ceremony with dignitaries, yourselves, and possibly some of our other dignitaries to come out and celebrate those events with us, but it would be low-key. It would not be blocking off streets. It would not be a festival of sorts.
And the duration of that, is that just the entire weekend or just Memorial Day, Veterans Day, or how?
So the thought for the flags is that they would probably be placed for like a week up to the event, but the event itself would, or the ceremony would just be probably a 1 hour or 2 hour ceremony.
All right.
1 hour.
Anyone opposed to that?
Oh, I was just going to ask, so among the dignitaries, we would invite all veterans to both events, too?
We would invite veterans to come, and
Okay.
in fact, we've met with the Veterans Memorial Coalition several times, and we have quite a few contacts, and we also have contacts that we invite to our Veterans Day event that we hold with Kiwanis, and so we would invite them for sure to come.
Okay, great, thank you.
There would be a cost associated with that, which staff is asking for council to. The thought is at this point is that we would just pull it out of non-departmental budget. If we go over, if we feel like we're going to go over budget with those other events that we already have planned, then we would come forward with a request at the mid-year
Mid-year budget amendment.
budget.
Mayor, thank you. So just want to clarify, so 1 week before the Veterans Day or Memorial Day, we have a flag on the, okay. But the ceremony is on the Memorial Day or Veterans Day.
Yes.
Just a short period,
Short
like a 1 hour,
ceremony.
1 hour. It's, usually, I think it should be morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And I saw that you have, okay, just want to clarify, let public know that you have the flag costs $10,000.
It's approximately $10,000 for 200 flags.
200
And
flags.
It's
Okay.
the flags, it's the pole, it's
Okay.
the
This is like a one-time expense, right? For the future, we still can collectible to
Right.
reuse it, just replace some
Exactly.
tin wear the flag, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Then you have 2,724. That's what kind of expense this?
That was, I believe, when council had the budget discussion, I believe that the council added, if I recall correctly, added about $50,000 to the special event budget. And part
Okay.
of that went to the 4th of July event,
Okay,
and part of that went to Veterans Day or Memorial Day, as it was listed, which is what that 2007-24 was.
That's a miscellaneous expense for every
Right.
time.
I don't anticipate there would be any cost for the ceremony. It would just be, or for the program, it would just be the cost for the flags.
Okay. All right. So both they have the like 2,000 something or just two events, just 2,700.
I believe it would be more than that 2,700. It would be 10,000. 2,724 was what was in the is listed in the 23-24 budget.
Okay. Then
So
my
I believe
understanding
it
is
would
this
be
is a
above and
budget.
beyond
We
that.
original budget is 2,700, but
Right.
this time
I believe
you
it would
just
be-
10,000 include the ceremony, everything.
Right.
Flag and the ceremony. Okay, but part of the expense should be like reusable, right? For the if Memorial Day use it, and then Veteran Day can use it, and then for the next year can use.
Right, and the thought is, again, this is taken from the example that City of Glendora does. They have their Veterans Memorial, which is an established built-in memorial, and they do the flags around that. So I think it's something that could be done beyond, even if the city ultimately has a Veterans Memorial that we build.
If in future we need a memorial, okay, all right.
It's a nice
Okay.
visual display.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Anyone else? All right, I would suggest we might also do this on 4th of July, but if we have the flags.
That's true.
Just a suggestion.
And we have that
We
wall.
also do the 4th of July too. Yeah,
Yeah,
good,
4th of
good
July,
idea.
the wall.
Use it for
Um,
3 different holidays.
Good.
Yeah, because I mean,
I mean, there's multiple.
suggestion, we don't have to, but I think it
Yeah.
would be a good use of the flags instead of being in storage. All right, next, nobody walks to LA.
But Councilmember Ding, you brought that up, the walk to LA. Was there something you wanted to discuss?
Okay, 4th of July, we still,
Walk to LA.
Walk to LA is next. That's what I had on my list. Maybe I.
oh, 4th of July, I want a listing too.
Okay, we will. I have it on the list. I won't miss it.
Okay, asking the walk to the LA, for my feeling, it's before I know that every year we do it. And after pandemic, we stopped to do that. So first of all, I wonder, is our city host it or another, like a county hosted this kind of event?
In the past, it has been a collaboration with City of Los Angeles. So the event has started in our
Okay.
city, but has ended in Los Angeles at Olvera Street.
Okay.
And we were notified this year that City of Los Angeles was not participating. I believe we were notified the same last year, that they were not participating. They had staffing shortages, so they were not participating. The thought was, that with staff, was that it's kind of uneventful to have it start here and have it end. And they also provided the
Okay,
transportation back.
Maybe
so-
we need to write a letter to the Karen Bass, the mayor of the LA city. Yes, that's our traditional. So I wish this is also historical, want to keep this kind of event. If I hear about probably the county or can involve the two, so maybe let the county to put on some money too.
I mean, it's a real coordination because it involves our indigenous community too. So I agree, it was a great event. I wish, we can have LA participate, but
Yeah.
they pretty much said no. And
Yeah,
so-
and that's our city, the characteristic too, right?
Yeah, it's a big part of our city. I mean, I was going to mention the birthday. I don't see that on the list either. But, that might be, I know although our birthday's in April.
Maybe we can
but-
suggest you say birthday, can we use the same days for the birthday
Well,
celebration?
that's what I was going to say. Our birthday's really in April, right? But it's just a consideration that if we can launch this again, but it's going to take county and the city to want to take, to do their part. We can have our birthday here, started here, and not everybody does the walk. I know Tony and we've done it several times, but those who stay behind and those who start could celebrate, in San Gabriel, and then, the rest of us could go to LA and do more celebration there. But that would be a good place. So it's not a separate event, it's just enhancing the event. The problem is we have to make sure the city is interested, or City of LA does their part, because, we can't just stop at the border of Alhambra,
Yeah.
We need to keep walking.
But walking, I hear about it. It's not just the city of San Gabriel resident like it, and the neighborhood like it too.
You're right. No,
Alhambra, San Marino, I hear about it. They like
it's a
they like
big
the sports,
event.
Yeah.
And we used to have bicycles, but then someone fell and they stopped doing bicycles. But we can get active SGV involved for making sure there's safety. But that was a great event, and I'm not sure if there's something we could start now, because it's over, it's usually in September, to really encourage the city to participate. And I'm really concerned that since they haven't done it for 2 years, at least 2 years, they're going to stop it altogether. So we need to nudge them, and maybe staff could and get involved somehow. You can pick your council members who might want to be involved. I know I'm interested in nudging here, but that's a really good event, and I don't want to drop it.
I can write a strongly worded letter to the mayor.
Oh, yeah, write a letter to them. Yeah, we join your letter too.
I will.
Okay. Okay.
It's all about the walk.
Okay.
Why are you doing this to us?
I would just suggest if we were going to do a city birthday event for our city, that we do maintain that April timeframe.
Then that's another event.
It is, but September is a busy time for us as well, because that's culminating
If
the
we
end of our
mean that-
summer and the beginning of our fall kickoff. So
But everyone's going to be there anyway, and anyway, just a suggestion that we're going to get all this group there celebrating the birth of LA, but
Yeah,
let's celebrate our birth first.
Yeah, maybe we can suggest it on the airport to walk to the LA too.
Oh, you won't get that. They don't care.
But
Not our
we
birthday.
can discuss. Always you asking, right? Everything you're asking.
Go ahead,
If-
Councilman,
yeah.
ask them.
Yeah,
Are you volunteering for that committee?
no problem. If we,
So I guess the direction for the walk to LA is to try and encourage the city of Los Angeles to reinitiate the walk, they're on their side so that we can plan that for next year, 2024.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Sure.
And birthday party, I don't know where you splash that, but somehow have our birthday celebration, whether it's in April or September, but,
Birthday's in April for sure.
well, I know that. But if we're talking about events, there's nothing here about our birthday. So do we add it, that we are interested in having a birthday party? If it's April, it's April. If it's September, it's September. Just, it's not on here, so it needs to be put on here.
So we can discuss that in conjunction with this or next? I mean, do you want to separate them or try and put them together?
It'd be easier, Rebecca, to separate it, since you're suggesting keep it in April, or some of us are suggesting maybe combine it in September with the walk to LA.
I would say the walk to LA is not an event that we can spur another event off of. I mean, it's an early morning. You guys have been there. The walk to LA is 6, 7 a.m. You don't get a huge crowd of people out to walk that event. So we could.
I thought there was a large crowd, but okay. I mean, then we'll have a whole another event. I mean, that's fine. It's just that we have to keep busy. I mean, we just can't say it's our birthday. We're going to have to do something more to bring people out for the event. So we're going to have to be really creative, or combine it with another event that's in April, which I can't really tell because there's no dates here. Well, there are dates. Here they are. Yeah, there's no April. So that's just the challenge, that as a standalone, it's really hard, I think. You know, maybe if we partner with the San Gabriel Historical Association, you know, partner with someone else to help bring the crowds. Is my concern.
Not that I'm encouraging to bring this back, but it used to be a 3-day event.
Yep.
It used to be Friday,
rides
Saturday,
and
Sunday
carnival
with
and,
carnival.
Oh,
and
cool.
But that was through the mission, right?
Do that?
No, no.
Oh, we did it on our
the
own.
city.
April, yeah,
I
yeah.
was always saying, okay.
I have pictures. Oh.
Well, but that was yesterday, you know, this is now, and, you know, to get somebody, a crowd to come in for, 2-3 hours, whatever the case may be, I just think it's going to be a hard sell, but you guys want it, you know.
I'm thinking giant birthday cake and the entire council jumps out of it.
Ooh, yeah. I love gimmicking.
That's not going to bring the crowds.
Said something unique.
I mean, we can have further discussion later, but I just want to make sure it's somewhere, because if it's not on here, like the farmer's market, we're going to miss it.
Yeah, perhaps we add it to the list and have staff come back with some ideas, what might work, something that's like you said, low-key.
And
Not a
just to
3-day
throw out there,
extravaganza.
Staff is not pushing for this. This is the community and the council discussing this.
Yes.
So we
Maybe-
will
Still want
do
your
what
best
you want-
effort.
we'll-
maybe use this
We will do what you want us to do.
city birthday just to start, just temporary if short for the the farmers market. Maybe we can start it. Yeah.
Off the farm.
Yeah. Kick off that too. Yeah. Yeah.
Again, with the San Gabriel Historical Association, maybe meeting at the Hayes House, having a big birthday, you know, having people see that we have the Hayes House, make donations, I mean, kind of make it very historical. Just an idea. Could be the Mission Playhouse also. But I think that's one of my points, if we ever get through this list, is I want more collaborations. And I'm not talking sponsorships, I'm talking collaborations. Because the last meeting in particular, we did have a public comment, which I completely agreed with, is that we don't define what it takes to be a collaborator. So for example, and I'll bring Kiwanis just because it's been there for 80 years. For 80 years, we've been having this extraordinary spring event, which is extremely popular. And it always says, you know, in collaboration with Kiwanis. Well, I've been asked by groups, not sponsors, groups, what does it take to get our name like that with other events? And I'll bring up an example, the San Gabriel Educational Foundation, you know, something like Fall Fun Festival or Dia de los Muertos, you know, they want their name seen. You know, what does it take for their name to be up here? Does it mean they donate $100? Does it mean that they plan part of it? what does that look like? And I think that's something we should really be looking at. I know I think it was dumplings and beer, it was the Asian Youth Center was mentioned, and that's what prompted the comment, how was the Asian Youth Center selected? Why is their name being put on, the cover? They're great partners. I don't think that's the issue. It's just, giving other groups those same level of opportunities to collaborate with our city. And really, there's no definition. I can't answer the question. I don't know. You call Rebecca, you call, Aldo, but I think we need to define that because we're missing the collaborations. There's collaborations we can do with businesses that are not the same old over and over again. For example, the 4th of July, if we decide to do a parade, we used to give food. We used to have those hot dogs, which, people actually enjoy. Free food people actually enjoy. We're telling people to wake up early, but we don't give them food. We give them a food truck. Food trucks are expensive. I know our fire used to, I think, do the watermelon and the hot dogs, but, that's not going to work anymore. But, maybe we can have collaborations with some of our local businesses, have some bento boxes, have, some spaghetti or pizza or something, but give food to people. If they're going to spend the time to show up for our parade or any other events, provide food. And those would be collaborations, not necessarily sponsorships, because they're not giving us money, they're giving us goods and services, and their names are on there. Those are the type of things I like to see more of. So going on a tangent here, but but you know what direction I'm going. Thank you, Mayor, for indulging me on that one.
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Comments to that?
Oh, sorry?
Further comments to that line of questioning?
Oh, no, just a general question.
Okay. Anything else while we're on that topic for the birthday and sponsorship and collaboration? All right.
Oh, okay. Just please remind me, the items that we pulled, was dumpling and beer part of that?
It was not part of that. You want me
Oh,
to?
may I? Technically, I just have a real easy accounting question.
All right. We'll add it. It's noted.
All right.
All right. Next is 4th of July. So who wants to take a stab at this one?
Okay. So you want first? Okay. So I have another third option. I think maybe Rebecca do the research because drone looks like expensive, but I think maybe can we do some research for the light show, because I think firework allowed. I think it's a safety issue, right? And the drone it looks like more expensive, but if I saw, it's a very good show. It's from the USC their celebration. They have to put on the light under their building. Then on the building, we can use the mission playhouse to do the laser light show. It's probably, hopefully it's cheaper and more impress, especially for we have the mission playhouse. That's I suggest the third option,
May I?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that is a good suggestion because I have seen that in Disneyland. So they have all the lighting show, but the only concern is if we are focusing on the mission playhouse, that how you can accommodate the huge crowds. But if there will be something up in the air, then everyone can see it. So I think the main purpose for that is for the entire city, they're able to see it, but that could be more, it's a better place. It's people can just gather in our parking lot. Then once that is 9 o'clock, then the public works will turn off the lights. Then there will be start a show.
That's a good idea too. Yeah.
So
And I would be okay with the drone show, not necessarily fireworks, if but one thing I did see, I think in the report, was that we were considering doing it on a different day than July 4th. I wouldn't be in favor of that because to me, July 4th is the holiday. And I know even if we can get something cheaper on a different day, because it's not the prime day, but to me, I'd much prefer it to be on the holiday.
Is there any way that we can get the quote, the request for proposal for different date as well?
So the thought with the different day was that we may not be able to get a on the 4th of July at this point because it's already late and a lot of agencies book those in advance. So whether or not we'd actually be able to get a show on the 4th of July.
Okay, well, in that case, if we can't get it, I would prefer not to do it. Well, that's just my opinion of, and, you know, and then maybe defer to next year or whatever, when we can plan earlier.
And just for council's information, so the location again that we had thought about was McKinley School. That is the same night as well as Alhambra's show. And they do theirs at Manger. So
Right,
that was
yeah.
the other thought.
Something to consider.
And I would say I've attended that several times, both from Lugo Park and in Alhambra, Manger. And you might as well just park at your house and walk. It's about how close you get to park. Even if you're going to Lugo, you're blocks away. It fills up. You can see the Alhambra. That was one of the things I was going to mention. You can see the entire Alhambra display from Lugo Park.
From Lugo.
I always I just come down there, set up a lawn chair, the family, we watch it. It's right there. I've done it from both sides. The view is the same. So we might just inform more people or do a daytime event that leads into that. The traffic on New Avenue is terrible. You can't. It took us 45 minutes this year to get from Manger Park to New Avenue. Wow. It was like 3 blocks off, and it's gridlock. And it's the same thing at Lugo, but it's probably 20 minutes, 15 minutes to get out once the show's over, because you actually walk a little further. But if we added an event to that area would not support parking, because people are parking almost all the way to Del Mar for the Alhambra event. So the parking would already be full. Lugo's already full. The whole place down to Valley is full. I mean, people come from every direction. It's a huge Alhambra. Manger holds a lot of people. The capacity there is just, it holds. Yeah, it's a golf course. It holds a lot of people. So if we tried to add to that, I don't think that's the greatest idea. I mean, I get McKinley, but because that's the only place they can really shoot them from. But right. that would be a madhouse, and it's already pretty crowded. So logistically, I wouldn't want to do something there. I think the ideas of a light show or a drone show, which could be a lot less intrusive than fireworks, but still have the same idea of celebration and all that. I mean, fireworks have been traditional for hundreds of years, but we've got some modern things that they probably would have done back then had they had them. So I would support kind of just some differing ideas, maybe not at Lugo. Do something novel at San Gabriel.
But even if we do something different, that still wouldn't solve our traffic problem.
Well,
something
if we did it somewhere other than there, it would not. You're gonna have traffic wherever you go because it's 4th of July, but
yeah,
that already has traffic if
right.
we do nothing.
Right.
It's a madhouse.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm the loan.
It should be not the Vincent Lugo Park. It's like maybe Mission Playhouse or Smith Park.
Or Marshall Park or
Marshall Park, yeah.
There's nothing going on down there.
Yeah, but parking's horrific there too.
It is horrific, but it's gonna be worse.
Well,
believe it or not, near Manger.
Yeah, anything near Manger, even like Lacey Park. I mean, we're surrounded already by all the fireworks, and so I was just going to say, I'll just flat out say I don't like fireworks. Period. We're literally burning money, so I'm not for that. I do like the drone, but I think that's still very expensive. If we maybe wait a year, I think the price is going to go down. But at $90,000 or $35,000 to $90,000, that's a lot of money for a 10-minute show. I would like to maybe propose that we just keep the parade, but again, just like everything else, change it. Just change it, do something different, get ideas from other cities. Bring food. Food's a big part. People are thirsty. People are hungry. try to work with some restaurants to have some food. See if, back to collaborations, we've had banners with different groups, but what is it going to take for people to come out? Does it mean maybe starting later? I think 9 o'clock's a good time. 10 o'clock it starts getting hot, but these days with the weather, you just don't know. But I just don't think we've given it the attention. We jump-started it. We we included Kids Day, but what else can we do to bring people out and have more people actually in attendance than in the parade? 'Cause, that's kind of the running joke there, but maybe that's where we can put the environmental program that was mentioned earlier. I have environmental program maybe with the farmers market, so that goes back to Clara, but I do think we can add some environmental element here. But if we can just bring some new ideas, new perspective, I think it's charming. It's a cute little parade. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of hoopla, but we can do better. But I think we get so complacent, and we've done it year after year, just like the holiday parade, but we just do something different. And maybe work with some of our high school kids, or there's an organization that came to the Kiwanis the other day from they're like 30 to 40-year-olds, and they pretty much made it very clear that they already know what they want. They're not the high school kids or the young kids, and they want something for. Well, actually, it was the chief. They were talking to the chief about. Chief was asking, how can we do better as a community to reach out to that demographic? And boy, were they clear that they don't need to be told. They know what they want, and they're going to work with the chief. But maybe working with that type of group. But I just like to keep it at least one more year. Have on our peripheral, the drones. See if there's a better way. I agree. If it's not 4th of July, it just doesn't feel the same. You're right. You're absolutely right. We have the country club does it, I think, the weekend before or the 2 weekends before, so we have that already. But we have our Mission Playhouse, and I'll drag Greg again, or maybe it's Mission Playhouse. But I remember, I know it's very small compared to what we're talking about, but when the kids graduated during COVID, there was a beautiful display at the Mission Playhouse at 9. It's a congratulations, grads 2020. And so many people came to just take pictures. And it was something so simple, but so wonderful. It was our way of saying, we were celebrating them. Maybe there is something we can do with the Mission Playhouse and the drones or lighting. I just think it's still, for me, it's a lot of money for drones. So I'm hoping that it would go down, but maybe thinking about just keeping our little parade. It's really the only parade that we have now, because even the church, they're not doing any parades. They have a one-day event now, I think. It's the last of the parades, but I'll be open, but I just think we just need to do a better job.
Like a food truck parade? A food truck parade? Throw hot dogs.
That's good.
Throw some
idea,
food
too.
trucks in there, too. I mean,
Yeah.
just something that make it more interesting.
Yeah, kids pray also use the light too, if kids pray, it's because drone is a light show too, but one kind of light show, but it just use the regular light show, laser light show, maybe if it costs less, I don't know, okay? So.
But if we do that, we're talking about either or, right? It's either a parade or it's a light show, right? We wouldn't do both. Or are you talking about doing both?
I talking about to do both.
Oh, well, then you're really,
because kids pray, it still need to keep, right? Because we Kids Day, if we put on Kids Day for this event, otherwise people saying we take over the Kids Day.
The drones need to be at night.
Yeah.
So you would have to have a parade like in the late afternoon.
Maybe
you're not gonna hold people.
Maybe it's better, make cool, maybe make cool. Because the daytime is too hot, right?
Then we're competing. That's the other element here. We are competing with cities who've been doing this for a long time. I mean, Alhambra's a great example. They pull, I don't even know where all these people come from. It's worse than our dumpling and beer fest. I mean, they're coming from everywhere. And so we do need to be different, and our little parade is different. It just needs...
Nighttime parade with lots of lights.
Nighttime parade, and especially our Mission Playhouse, it's the traffic. That's another issue. I'm
combining all your ideas, and we're gonna throw hot dogs.
Well, the past few years, in the past decades that I've been, driving around in our surrounding cities like Alhambra, Monterey Park, Barnes Park, they have the fireworks. That time I was thinking that why we don't have our own fireworks. So that is the keys, and why we don't have our Memorial Day, why we don't have our Veterans Day. So, that is a pretty symbolic, especially for the 4th of July, to salute the country. I would say, I think I agree with Council Member Machaga that she mentioned that 95,000 is way too expensive, but the range is 35 to 95, and I would say that if this is a little bit creative, then we can have the same day, but can you tell me that if we will be waiting for like next year or like 2 years later, 3 years later, so there will be no traffic issue? Or, even I actually went to the fireworks in Amasa Court. One time I got stuck on the street because no way I can move. So that's the things, that is the nature of that day, that everyone just come out to salute the country and to enjoy the fireworks. If you got stuck there, you got stuck, that's okay. But every year, if there are one things that we host the event and there'll be plenty of parking, there'll be just few people here, that means we are failure on doing the event. So,
The parade has plenty of parking.
well, so that's a different business, right? Yeah. But to me, it would be great that we can just get an estimate on especially July, 4th of July, because while people there are watching the shows, fireworks shows, we're not doing fireworks shows. We're doing for our people that they can come. And that just makes the difference, because everywhere every park has their fireworks, we don't. And I think that I hear the concerned residents that raise their worries about the air quality. So we can just do something alternative. It's more showing that we are eco-friendly cities. It's not only historical, but we love the country, we show it, but also regarding the budgets, when we list that 30,000 for the Lunar New Year, it doesn't mean we spend 30,000. Well, while we get more sponsorship, just like KZN, we work with them. This is a very renovated way that we save the budget, and that could just create something newer for our city, that brands our city. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, so to move this along, I think direction to staff would be to kind of summarize costs, maybe go do a little further research into what these things would cost, when they would be available, and then some alternative ideas to either enhancing the parade, providing some sort of food. Just kind of rethink the whole, have a few different proposals, like rethink the whole event. And just, I think the council would entertain a lot of different ideas. We just need to have logistically, will it work, and financially, does it make sense, and just all that type of stuff, like what's the budget, what's the timing, how would the event change? So I think not direction, but more, hey, come back and give us some ideas based on all of the things we just told you, and I want all of them included.
Could we get some feedback? Could we get council to vote on whether or not drones you would be in favor of having a drone show? Because I
would say we can just poll the council. I'm personally okay, just depending on cost. If it's 90,
Depending on cost.
yeah. If it's actually 95,
and again,
no.
it's a range. It's because you can have 100 drones or you can have 400 drones.
Yeah, so that'd be
becomes
something
more
you could give
impressive.
us. Here's what 100 looks like. Here's what 400 looks like. Here's the cost. Yeah, if we can get a range, even, and as long as we know what we don't want one drone and everyone staring at it for $50.
But I'm hearing Councilwoman Menchaca say she'd like to have the parade re-envisioned, and I think I'm hearing no fireworks or laser light. I just want to be sure we're getting clear direction.
We have 3 people that want to see
Because-
fireworks. Personally, I don't think logistics is going to work, no matter what the cost. I just don't. It's just not on 4th of July. We like Councilmember Chuck said, there's too many of them around us that.
Right.
There's Rosemead, there's San Marino, there's Alhambra.
we just make another fireworks place, but.
Yeah, we would literally just be in the middle of another fireworks display, and it's additive, it's not distinct.
So if
no fire.
drones could come back to get an idea of what they are at a different location, is what I'm hearing. Sorry, I don't want to put words into your mouth. I just want to make sure we're
think just
understanding direction.
To me, and I don't know what the rest of council is, I think Lugo Park is not a good place, unfortunately.
Right, so another location on 4th of July, drones, no fireworks. Is that what I'm hearing?
Say again, I'm sorry.
Another location, so not Lugo or McKinley, because.
It's crowded, yeah.
And no
Because
fireworks.
traffic issue.
No fireworks and on 4th of July.
That sums it up.
Yes, I agree.
Is that-
Strong, yes, no fireworks.
Summation.
And then
Yeah.
an amount coming back.
Yeah, and then kind of the budget.
Yeah, the budget's going to be important. And if possible, when they tell you, it's 50,000, if there's like a little video they can show us, what are we going to get for 50,000?
I have some sample videos of events that have been done.
You can show us right now.
I don't have them right now.
Anything else? Before we move to the next item?
But the laser light show, can you do the research too? Just if it costs less.
We can do the research. I would caution as to having something on the Mission Playhouse, because then that is our parking lot as well.
Yeah.
So then you've got a parking issue, because your people are being located in the location of the Mission Playhouse. Is that what
But
you're?
the same drone show is the same thing, because on the sky, right? If laser show is same thing.
Well, are we able to?
But I just want concern if laser show it's more less, but drone show it's more modern. I like it. Okay, but based on the budget, it's just asking that this option,
So just bring the quote and.
Yeah. Just to get a quote for the laser show if it's more cheaper,
I will do my research and try
Okay.
to find a laser
All
show.
right.
Thank you.
We whittled her down, broke her will.
But currently our budget is already the 50,000. It's
Marilyn,
approved,
it went
right?
away.
No, that's not our budget. That's
No, it's 50,000 is on the budget already, right?
We have
For my
It's
understanding.
not our budget, that's an estimate.
The budget that the council included in
Yeah,
the
it's
23-24, but in the
Budget,
23-24
it's already
budget
approved
is
it.
$50,000.
We're talking about for the fireworks display.
For the 4th of July.
For 4th of July was listed as
Got it.
$50,250.
So that's why I asking if a laser show is less than 50,000, probably can think about that too,
Well, and the other thing, and I had included this in the staff report, just for example, looking at the fireworks. Fireworks were 30 to 35,000. We would still be able to use that additional budget. For example, you have to have entertainment, you have to have all of those costs that go into it, so that would potentially be inclusive of that. The drone show being more than that, you're likely going to need to incorporate, because again, you're not just going to have a 10-minute drone show.
Right.
You're gonna have entertainment and,
So what about the Mid-Autumn Festival?
yes,
Trying to move
sorry.
us
And
Going
also
back.
like someone like Lacey Park, or even in Manger, I think, they have those bracelets, so they try to recoup some of the cost. I don't know if that's what we want to do, but I know they do that to recoup costs. I know it's sheer terror, sheer terror in your eyes, I see that. But it's just a,
That's a
just a
council
thought.
decision if you want to charge for that, and then it's a matter of having a single entry as well.
Yeah, I know, it's
Lacey
complicated.
Park costs
Dumpling and beers
charges
have to
get
deal
in
with it.
there-
So
To get in their event.
at least four more items and closed session, so let's move this.
So Mid-Autumn Moon Festival, the recommendation, because of the time of year that it falls, is to not do another large event. For example, we did a senior lunch and had a celebration and received mooncakes and fruit and did that. If council is okay with us continuing to do that sort of event rather than having a large community-wide event.
Anyone object, or?
Okay.
Tony did. Did you have any objection to that, Tony, Mid-Autumn?
Yeah, mid-autumn. So here it looks like we just, like this year, Rebecca do a good job. And because I'm in Shanghai, the Vice Mayor Wu is connect with the Chinese Woman Foundation. They have a kind of donation to our senior, like mooncake and fruits. It's a lot of items, too many. Okay. It's a good event. Also, it's that day. It's exactly the Mid-Autumn Day, August the 15th. But for the long run, the Chinese community, it's really want to see some. Is there any city like maybe Temple City have that one, right? But
For the
Mid-Autumn.
Yes, actually, I believe that is correct because Temple City, they have worked with another media that's called World Journal, that they block the street and they have the carnival style celebration event for Mid-Autumn Festival. That is one-day event.
Yeah, the community, they want to do this kind of event for the Mid-Autumn. So if we have the budget, have the manpower, I hope still have this kind of event too. That's my suggestions. But yeah, but this is also, it's a good celebration together. It's a lot of fun too. Yeah, bring the family and the kids, together. Yeah.
So you're suggesting to add the event, or what's?
Yeah, suggest that if possible, we add the more big, not just for the senior kind of donation. If not, but I open the mind. Okay, if all the rest of the council member and the city staff can achieve too. Otherwise too many jobs too. I know.
Well, just looking at our calendar, it literally fell the weekend before our Mental Wellness Expo, which is also is coordinated by the HERE Commission, but basically is Community Services Department, and falls the week before Dumpling and Beer, and 3 weeks before our Fall Fun Festival. So there's a lot going on in that short time frame. So staff was suggesting if you do want a Mid-Autumn Festival, that we pull one of those other things and not do it, which are already established events.
Do dumplings count as mooncakes or vice versa?
Make a dumpling and mooncakes.
Mooncakes and beer.
Well,
Together,
let me
right?
ask, the Mental Wellness Expo, was there a particular reason they picked October? Because September and October are big gala event, months. There's a gala every day, it seems like. Is there a particular reason they picked October versus maybe doing it and they're gone?
I was looking to see if Chastity was here. I asked about that because I believe Mental Wellness Month is actually May, but there is something celebrated possibly in September as well.
Yeah, there's a mental wellness awareness day is sometime right around there.
Yeah.
The county has that designated as well.
I mean, I'd rather just keep the lunch as you did, just because I feel like at the end of this agenda, you'll probably go crazy on us. It's like these people are crazy. But I think we're all trying to just reimagine, re-envision, and I think, this Mid-Autumn Moon Festival just would be, kind of adds to the list. I like just to keep it as a luncheon, but also entertain with the Mental Wellness Expo, if we can possibly change that to May or whatever that month is, because I just think there's just so much taking place at that time. But kind of give everybody a breather and just leave it as is would be my suggestion for the Moon Festival, especially since we're going to have a Lantern Festival. So we're already doing something different. I think it's a little too much at this point.
So we'll put a pin in that one and future discussion. Anyone?
Okay.
All right, let's do that. Thank you. Next was the mental wellness.
Was that just because we need a budget, Mayor? Is that what we're looking at, or what are we looking at? I pulled it because I want a
pulled.
budget.
Do we need to add a budget to that? Is that the issue, or?
That was not one of the items that we needed you to discuss at this point.
Okay, well, I'd like to discuss it then, because it doesn't have a budget, right?
So they received, the commission did get the donation that Chastity brought forward.
Yeah, the City of Hope.
I believe there is a small budget assigned to that as well, and I apologize that I don't have that in here.
Okay, well, I don't think we can rely on the City of Hope to give us money
Right.
ongoing, but I think that group has proved that, you know, they have the commitment. I unfortunately was unavailable to attend, but I know Councilmember Wu and, Vice Mayor Wu and Councilmember Ding did attend, and based on your feedback, it was well attended, so there seems to be a need for it, and I just like to lend some support, because they do work very hard to try to get the some really meaningful programs. And apparently October, I'm being told, is Mental Health Month. So anyway, let's provide a budget. I don't know what that would look like. I would say $10,000. They had 5 with City of Hope plus whatever we've had already. I would say 10,000, but that's just a thought.
I would suggest, if it's okay, we can bring something forward at the mid-year as part of that, because it has happened for this year already. I don't think 10,000 would be needed. I would say it's a smaller scale event in terms of there's no street closure.
Okay, well, if you maybe just take it back to the CARE Commission, because I'm sure there's so much more they would love to do, but they've been so constrained, and so I think they've proved themselves. It's been 2 years now. Maybe there's other things based on the last 2 years' experiences that would really be helpful to bring to the equation. But without a budget, it really limits them. It's just lots of limitations there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is dumplings and beer.
I just have a real quick question, more accounting question for Aldo and/or Will. Where we have the budget of $30,000, is that net expenditure for our city after all the sponsorships and all the wristband sales?
Yes, so the sponsorships and the revenue generated by the event is a separate revenue fund that
Right.
goes directly into the general fund.
Okay.
It's not a fund that's taken and all of a sudden it's absorbed via the expenditure. They're essentially separated.
Okay, so what I want to know is net, how much does the dumpling and beer cost or make? I guess after we net out whatever this 30,000 is, or and staff time or whatever. Is there an easy way to kind of estimate that?
Yeah, well, last year we ended up making money
Okay.
from the event. Given the amount of sponsorships and the amount of ticket sales, we actually
minus the expenses here, minus the budget expenses, or?
Well, as I remind the council, we're not taking into account staff time, because staff time takes
Right.
us beyond $30,000.
Okay.
And so if we're looking at just the event in terms of the expenditures as far as materials and supplies, last year we ended up going and making money off the event.
Okay.
This year, we're likely going to be higher in terms of expenditure versus the revenue we bring in.
Okay. And please remind me again that when we bring in the beer vendors and the food vendors, do we take a cut out of that, or do we charge a fee, I guess, or do we make some kind of money off that?
For the breweries, we ask that they donate half the beer.
Okay.
And so we work with, in this case, AYC to help us sort of receive the invoice from the breweries in terms of what their cost is for the day. We use the ticket sales to absorb the cost of the beer for that, and so we actually make money off the beer in terms of cost versus the revenue for the ticket sales.
Okay.
With respect to the vendors, they pay.
Food vendors.
For the food vendors, they pay a fee to participate into the event, and whatever they sell for that day is their revenue.
Okay, so we don't take like a cut of their revenue, but they do pay a fee. So, but that fee's, well, it may or may not be enough to offset all our expenses.
Well,
Like you said,
so two forms in terms of the food vendors. We have to go and receive a permit from LA County to have the event on its own. We call it a TIF for LA County. It's a temporary food sale type permit.
Okay.
The food vendors pay us back for the expenditure that we pay the county.
Okay.
In addition to that, they pay the city $200 for the actual food vendor for the event.
Okay.
And they also pay a business license, as everyone's required to pay the business license.
Oh, okay.
And like I mentioned, the food sales for the event are all theirs.
All theirs, and then, so, okay, so based on that's at least some income, some revenue for us.
We anticipate that the $200 that they pay the city for the event absorbs the cost for staff time.
Right. Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions?
For the dumpling beer?
Dumpling beer.
Yeah, so, yeah. So I just want to see how many people, it's online purchase, it's a pre-purchase the ticket, right? So how many I just want to know this year and compare last year.
Then we have day of also, right?
So this year, we're going to open up 100 tickets for the day of the event. So we're going to allow for the purchase of 100 tickets at our ticketing booth. Last year, we opened up 50 tickets. So this year, we want to at least have 100 tickets at the door. We are constrained with respect to the occupancy of the beer garden area. Given the size of the space, we can only fit so many people inside that area. So we always cap ticket sales for that space at 800 tickets or 800 individuals. Right now, we're about 80 tickets away from selling out the event, so we're about 750 tickets so far.
Oh, okay. So how much for this year?
Well, that's this year.
This year, how much costs for their purchase, each ticket?
Oh, each ticket, well, early bird tickets were $35.
Okay.
That sunset about a week or so ago. Now they're at $40 a ticket. The day of the event, they'll be $40 a ticket.
Okay, so total how much revenue?
So right now, we have a total revenue of $17,800. Given the 100 tickets that we'll likely have to sell the day of, will be around $25,000 of ticket sales.
Okay, so almost can cover the other week
Well,
budget, right?
And mind you, the sponsorship money that we received to date, $6,100 plus the 25, you're likely going to be a wash with respect to the expenditure.
So if finally, just now our manpower, just say the budget and the cost, we almost can break even, maybe a little bit.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Okay, thank you, Aldo.
Thank you.
Sorry, what are we looking for the dumpling and beer? Just,
It was just a question.
oh, just, okay.
That was my accounting question about how much.
Oh, okay.
To change anything, just to
Yeah.
figure out
I
the.
thought maybe we wanted to change. The only change
Oh,
I would
I love
say
that.
is-
I'm not gonna change.
Well, no, the only change I would like is that it just seems every year Aldo, you just shared with me earlier, before the meeting, that you have twice as many food trucks.
Correct.
And, it just never seems to be enough. People just can't get their food or the line's so long. Are you selling twice as many wristbands too, or what did you say? What were the numbers?
Well, the wristbands are always going to be constrained based off the size of the beer garden. So that's always going to be about 850 tickets because of the building code does limit us to how many people we can have in a space. That's different from the street because it's a wide open area. So the ticket sales for the beer garden will always stay about 850 unless we enlarge the area. As far as the food, the street vending and that so forth, we're looking at getting 3,000 to 4,000 people to enter that area, which is free with the exception of paying for the food. We did order more food trucks this year. We also ordered more street vendors. And so we're hoping that with the variety of street food that we offer, there'll be less lines and less waits, because that's what we heard from last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, the map goes much further down now. A lot more.
Go as far as you have to, but it
Whereas-
just,
We're as
people get
far as-
frustrated
Yeah,
that day.
food-wise, we're as far as Mission, which we've never gone before. And street Food vendor-wise, we're going to be pretty wide, spread wide in terms of the street
It's
area.
great to hear. And then, of course, I think it was a couple years ago, that old stinky thing that happened, gone, right? No more
Yes,
gone, okay,
gone, yes.
great.
One thing is I think our Mayor Harrington know the last year stinking tofu.
Yes. Yep, no more of that. That was last year.
Yeah, so last year, so maybe just mention the vendor. It's I know actually in our hometown they really stinking. Okay, but usually the Chinese in here they try reduce this kind of smell. So maybe can let them to beware down there. Yeah.
Well, I will say that they're not coming back because of the food preference, because we don't want to discriminate with respect to food. They're not being asked to come back because they really made a mess of the street, which required Public Works to have to clean up after them. So because of that, that's why they're not being invited back, not because of the food option.
Okay. All right. Okay. But sometimes they like it. Some people like it too, if not a stinking smell,
Send them to Arcadia.
Sorry.
4th of July?
Holiday tree lighting.
Yeah, holiday tree lighting is coming up. Ooh. Thank you, Aldo. You're right. No, I'm saying save the day. No, save the day.
Sorry, holiday tree lighting was not discussed, and I think that was
It's still on the
mentioned as
list.
comment.
Holiday tree lighting. Holiday tree lighting. Let's do that. Yep. I was taking notes.
Another one that needs to change, and I think I mentioned it at one of the meetings, but the one that keeps being brought up, at least to me, by my residents is Rosemead. So we're competing with Rosemead, which is fine. Rosemead is, or whatever city, healthy competition. But my God, what they've done is very, very impressive. And again, actually, one of the comments today was about the same thing, that, we just need to make the changes. I'll just describe Rosemead real briefly. They have food. They give everybody who shows up, I think, spaghetti and meatballs. They get that, it's a collaboration with one of their restaurants. What's great about it is that event in particular is heavy family oriented, which is wonderful. And I was part of those families, I think, Mayor too, where we bring our kids, but because of the time slot, you're trying to get your kids fed, but if they're singing, you can't feed them because then they're not gonna sing well. So, it's very difficult to juggle as a parent. And so if we can have food, so at least some of the kids who aren't singing are fed, and then after they sing, they get fed. The ornaments, we need to do something nicer. The pie tins just are not good enough. But what they also do at Rosemead, they have this wonderful, they call it an ice ring. It looks just like ice, but again, choices. And then they take this little train ride, and we've tried that before, but I guess we didn't do it right. They do a train ride, they get off the train, and then they get their meal, their spaghetti box or whatever, and then they also get toys. And my understanding, and Battalion Chief Ong is here, that every year our families are just very generous with the toy drive, and they have so many toys available anyway, it's hard to distribute them to everybody. Maybe we can get some toys for our fire department, so when the kids get off the train, they get a toy. But there's just so many different things that are taking place. People feel like we're really celebrating. They're not starving. There's lots of different activities. I know the line for Santa is quite long, so I'm not sure how to avoid that. I don't think we can have two Santas. But again, just food and choices and just freshening things up a little bit. I just like to do more, and I don't want to wait another year. I think this is at least my third year asking for something different. There's still time, can we just do something different to make it more attractive? Call Rosemead, see, get some ideas from them. But I agree with the public comment, and I agree with a lot of comments I've been hearing over the years. So that's my statement.
Any other comments? I don't object to anything about that.
Well, I think I have been participating in the Christmas tree lighting ceremony for years. And I agree with Councilmember Menchaca, and we should do some differently, because I know that there always a booth that is for like empty plates, paper plates. So kids will just write on there, write some, draw something and make it just like ornament, to the trees, or make a wish. And they have some coffee, little cakes there. I don't really, recall that we have any food trucks or anything, because during the winter.
Yeah, no, there is a food truck, but it's expensive for families. Food trucks are very expensive.
Right. So the main focus is always on in our center, this, what is that? The Center Plaza, right?
Park.
It's always there. So, but we block the Mission District as well, but that is more like very empty. So maybe we should invite more vendors. I mean, because this is so cold, so we should really have some maybe hot food to serve. That will be really.
Even pizza, have pizza. Pizza's always popular. We got Petrillo's, again, collaborations with businesses, having their products there, their names. But if Rosemead could do it, we can do it.
So that's, I just think that maybe we should do a little bit more and invite more vendors to this event. Yeah. Hopefully without any extra expenses on this.
All right, any other comments on this item?
No, I'm good.
Did we miss anything? Anything else?
I just wanted to ask one more time, farmer's market, birthday party, environmental program, combine it with some others. Will this somehow be missed, or how are we going to track this? Get staff
Let's
make
go
notes?
through them one by one.
Okay.
Farmers
Well,
market, I don't think we've already discussed that.
Yeah.
Back.
And then birthday party, are we going to April or September, or whenever the
I
walk
think the
is?
direction was to have staff bring something back with.
At the
with
birthday
that-
party.
with that idea,
Okay.
Whether or not to combine it
And then
with.
what about the environmental program of some sort? What about just combining it with some existing events versus having a separate event?
Can I just give some suggestion on that?
Sure.
We have the Mission to Mission event that Active SGV will likely be coming forward with. I would suggest combining it with that event.
Okay.
Because it's already kind of a environmentally friendly.
But are we
Streets
doing that again?
closed.
Because I know South Pass already has all the banners. I don't think we're included this year.
I thought we were. Greg, do you know anything on that?
I don't know if it's this year. I think they have a cycle of about 3 years where they rotate their routes.
Somehow South Pass snuck in there because they're having one, and our name's not on there. And I don't know, I didn't see Alhambra's name either, but definitely South Pass. And it says Active SGV.
Yeah, the
Golden
prior two events was South Pass and,
Alhambra.
and us and Alhambra.
Yeah, maybe you can find out why we were excluded.
We can talk to Wes and find out.
I'll find out.
Okay, thank you, Greg. That's all.
Good. Anything you'd like to add, Rebecca? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Just a reminder, we may need to come back with a request for more staff.
Gotcha.
Because this doesn't happen without staff to do it. So.
Understood.
Yeah, it's for the environmental, the comments. I think maybe we can mostly just a different event. We can asking some vendor to provide this kind of resource for the resident if they need it, this kind of information. Yeah.
That would be my thought with the Mission to Mission Active SG, because you already.
Okay.
Because you already have people coming out and vendors and that sort of thing.
Okay.
To trying to do something else where we're trying to get people out.
Okay.
All right. So we have no vote on this. It's just direction to staff. Next item, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have no cards for public comment.
Is there anyone out there who'd like to address council? No? Well, staff can make public comment too. Seeing none, I will close public comment. All right. Next item is city manager's report. How's Mark doing?
Doing awesome. I'll be quick. I'm just going to take this opportunity to plug the 411 with the Chief, which is every second Tuesday, and it's in this council chamber at 6 o'clock. It's a fairly small venue. If you have questions regarding anything with crime and law and police, you're welcome to come. I attend those, so you can ask questions of Public Works, and sometimes there's some other department heads show up, but it's a good opportunity just to ask some government questions. We've been doing it for years, fairly successfully.
What day and time again?
It's the second Tuesday at 6 o'clock, from 6 to 7 in the council chamber.
Thank you.
The other thing is FEMA is doing a test nationally tomorrow, so don't be surprised if your cell phones go buzzing or your TV or radio programs get interrupted, but I believe it's at 11:20 tomorrow. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Greg. Next is council comments and conference meeting reports.
Yes, Mayor.
Vice
Yes,
Mayor.
I have some report to make.
All right.
On September 28th, Councilmember Dean, City Manager Mark Lazzarato, and I attended the St. Gabriel Historical Association dinner at Grapevine. And we were very proud to honor two of our outstanding century-old businesses by presenting the certificate on behalf of our mayors and council's behalf, which are the Toyo Miyatake Studio and St. Gabriel Nursery Florist. So that was a very impressive event and very great success. Last Friday, the U.S. Chinese Women Association teamed up with our community service and YWCA, and this association, they contributed a great Mid-Autumn Festival luncheon for our senior citizens. And that association brought many their volunteers to donate mooncakes, as well as lots of fruits like pomelos, apples, rambutans, and more. So this is truly generous to see our local association that making such significant donations, and that made the Mid-Autumn Festival a very warm and memorable event. And last Sunday, Councilmember Ding and I attended the 52nd anniversary celebration gala of the Chinatown Service Center at St. Gabriel Hilton. Many elected officials attended, and it was very pleasant, that highly successful event, and to showcase the volunteerism implemented in our community. They also generously, the Chinatown Service Center also generously donated live translation service via iPad last year to our PD. So that is to conclude our report, my report. Also, one more on Sunday, of course, the second the House Mental Expo. Councilmember Ding and I, we both attended. And I would like to thank our HERE commissions for hosting the great event. And thank you, City of Hope, to donate $5,000 for the live translations in Mandarin and Spanish. That's conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Who's next?
Vice Mayor Wu forgot one thing. He and I on September 20th, the 22nd.
I left that for you.
All right, there you go. We were both at the League of California Cities Conference. And there were some good discussions there, but I noticed that many of the discussion groups, the big issue they're focusing on right now is homelessness and trying to get homeless people the services that they need. But it didn't seem like they really had any real long-term solutions. A lot of it was just, well, try to get them services if they'll take it. So that might be a longer discussion someday. Another interesting meeting that I went to there was they had a discussion group about handling public comment. So it's nice and orderly. And I'm very proud that San Gabriel, we do a good job. We do a really good job at this. They gave certain suggestions about how to have an orderly public comment period. And they say that, cities should have a good, clear policy on how it works. And, I'm very happy that our council respects all speakers, and we give everyone a fair chance to speak for their full 3 minutes. And we very rarely have to remove disruptive people, but we're also glad that we have our finest SGPD here to keep everyone safe. So that was nice. It's a good conference. So thank you. I yield.
Thank you. 50-50.
Thank you. First, tomorrow morning, if people are still up for it, since we're here so late, we have Coffee with a Cop, and it's from 8:30 to 10 a.m. at Blossom Market. So, everyone is invited, just a reminder. Number two, I wanted to give Clara and her team just a huge congratulations on this new magazine. It's called Discover City News and Activities. It's, again, it's kind of the same theme, changing things up, refreshing it. This is just so well done. It's organized. It's in 3 languages, and I think it is such a challenge to put 3 languages in one document, and they pulled it off. I just can't say enough. I know, actually, Vice Mayor and I, we were just commenting what a nice job, and I can't say enough. So if you haven't gotten your Discover City News and Activities brochure, you should have gotten it in the mail. If you didn't, I believe City Hall and Community Services has it. So take a look. Excellent. Second, La Casa, tomorrow morning we're going to have a press conference with Assemblymember Mike Fong. So the council and city is invited to attend, 11 a.m. at La Casa. We will be accepting a $35,000 check to help with our infrastructure. I am now the president of La Casa, so I'll be serving double duty as president of the board as well as city council, but it's just so wonderful to see that our legislators are recognizing our small but mighty organizations like La Casa. So the press conference is tomorrow, and then the dinner is on Thursday. We are sold out, but we still welcome donations. Never too late to donate to La Casa. So anyway, thank you to all who will be there at our gala, Church of Our Savior, on Thursday. And then lastly, I attended a local playhouse musical called The Right Is Ours. It's about Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony and getting the right to vote for women. But one of the things I noticed, and I have it here for you, Rebecca, is the fact they do have these circle of supporters. And again, I know I'm saying it, I'm repeating myself, but they have a nonprofit. They have all these individuals and companies that are not even in Sierra Madre who are donating. It ranges from $250 to $15,000, and it's just a nice model to use. Their playhouse is much smaller than ours. It's only 99, fits 99, but this shows that if we can get that foundation set up, we can really get the same circle of supporters and funding. We've been, before 3 years ago or 4 years ago, it was $800,000 encroachment on our general fund. Now it's $350,000. $350,000 in the last 3 years is almost $1 million. If we can again invest, not necessarily staff, but a consultant to get this jump started, I think it would just be such a great opportunity for us to make our Mission Playhouse profitable. We had that meeting 3 years ago, even though it was during COVID. We had over 100 people saying they want us to keep the Mission Playhouse, but we need to do everything we can to make it profitable. And this is just a great example of this itty-bitty little playhouse getting so much money. So I will leave this here for Rebecca, but again, I just think we need to really have a consultant in particular, not necessarily a staff member, but a consultant to get this going so we don't have to wait another 3 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ding.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, actually, I came back my hometown, Shanghai, last Thursday night, and then Friday, Saturday, a lot of events. Like I echo the Vice Mayor who already mentioned historical association. It's it's wonderful. And Mid-Autumn Festival, it's for the senior meal, and in our Grapevine, and it's a really thanks to the Chinese Service Center. They continue have they actually in the San Gabriel Valley. It's our city of San Gabriel, the first location, but right now they expand a lot of location. They do a good job for. Especially in the pandemic to help our community, our city of San Gabriel. And I really enjoy the mental health expo, and they do a wonderful job and coordinated a lot of the different vendors. One thing is I just feel like still need a more exposure. Hopefully have more people attend it. But little when I asking this question, it's people say something because some people there have the mental health problem, but they don't want to coming. So how can we encourage them to coming to get this kind of resource? That's I have some improvement we can suggest, and then okay, we have next week. We have in the Santa Anita, the race park have the 2-day event for the Asia Fall Festival. Okay, it's a lot of the 2-day event, and it's regarding the Asia cultural. Okay, our San Gabriel Hopeline Club. It's one of the stage hosts. Okay, so stage a lot of the performance. It will help to do that, and hopefully resident or city council you have time to visit over there. We did it last year. It's successful, but last year I remember they want me to wear the fashion show for the emperor, but this year no. Okay, yeah. Also have the organization include the San Gabriel Whole Line Cup, have the student speech contest on the October 14th, but not in our city. This they go to east city of the and the city use the facility city of the Warner. Okay, because they want to diversify, not just in our city, but hopefully next year they can come back to our city. And another thing, I go to my it's called how do you call called ancestry the home. It's I'm from Shanghai, but actually original my grandparents it's from the Ningbo. It's another city, famous city in China. I have chance to talk to their one of the district, okay, like county, something like. Actually, you cannot say county because they're underneath the Ningbo, the city district. They have the population. Whole city have the like 10 million people, but this district have like 1 million. Okay, their supervisor. And I have a chance to talk to them, and also have I introduced by some local organization president together. They want to hope we can create a good relationship with the sister city or friendship the city together. They really communicate each other. After they hear about talking about our city of San Gabriel historical city, and we have some beautiful hotel. If you have a conference or whatever, I invite them to come to visit to us. Have we can generate more revenue for our city. Yeah, so I think that's a good opportunity. This is my private the trip, but also involved a little bit to city, the people communicate together. So I really like, before we talking about the sister city with Taiwan, right? The one district too, you know. So, but for future, I think it's a good opportunity. We can have the, and then also it's let our city of San Gabriel, not in the famous in our Los Angeles, also famous like Shanghai and Ningbo. Okay, so yeah, Shanghai population is 20 million. The Ningbo is 10 million, so at least 30 million the people can know that. Okay, all right, that's my comments. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. I have no comments tonight, so we will, next is closed session. Just wanted to ask, we will recess into closed session, conference with legal counsel. It's anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 2. The closed session report will be given at the next regular council meeting, which will be held on Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. And we will adjourn after a closed session, but we will be doing that in memory of Senator Dianne Feinstein without objection. We're only recessing right now, we're not adjourning. I'll come back out to adjourn. Anybody need a health break, or do we go? Let's ask Keith, how long do you anticipate? So no health break, let's just do it. I'll just leave my stuff here.
No health break? Okay.